Chapter 42-66. Second More, Mo Luo Crash. Chopper Star, bang the sword with no hands, Wu weapon sword, and Mo Luo Yengus sharply curved horns collided fiercely. All of a sudden, a loud noise came pushed to perfection by the sword, unparalleled swordsmanship. It instantly transformed into a rainbow of 500 feet, shocking the world, straddling the void, and running through the sun and the moon. Huang Huang Jianwei. This sword split on the pair of sharply curved horns of Moro Yengu, but he cut off his horns in an instant, like a knife-cut tofu. Mora's pair of horns was directly cut off. The blood of the gods spurted out, and a blood rain fell on the battlefield of the 16th city. Yengu leader. Suddenly, the other Mo Luo people who were on the side changed their faces and anxiously uttered a voice, and immediately wanted to rush to help Mo Luo Yengu. Nothing. There was a string of blood flowing from Moro Yenga's mouth. He reached out and waved his hands towards those Moroa people. He took a deep breath and looked at Jian Wushuang. Shen said, "Blood sword, let us look at us. The magic of the Mo Luo tribe is amazing." Immediately, he turned to look at the blackbird next to him and said, "Blackbird, the next thing is up to you." After speaking, Moro Yengu slowly closed his eyes. Correspondingly, the braided boy sitting on his shoulder opened his eyes. Jian Wushuang frowned, and a faint feeling of heart surged. I saw this braided boy. His eyes were black. Only the center of the eyes, there was a small white spot. Blood swords. We of the Mo Luo family do not cultivate magical powers, do not practice mystery, rely on only the physical power from the innate, and the associated black cricket boy next moment. The braided boy spoke, but strangely, the braided boy spoke silently, while Mo Luo Yengu did not speak, but the sound came from his mouth. His voice is no longer as low as before, but has become a bit sharper. I understand. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression a little thick. Blood sword, you only need to take one of my moves. After taking this move, we have 2 grudges. From then on, you are a friend of the Mora family. Moro Yengu continued to speak. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded, clenched his Wu-crying sword, and waited for the strongest move of Mo Luo Yengu, talent of magic. Wrath of Moro Yengu raised his head and roared, and the black cricket boy sitting on his shoulder suddenly changed his fingers and quickly drew his tactics. With the black lad boy's tactics, the space suddenly began to shrink in his chest position. A black light wave condensed to the extreme and began to condense in the position of Moro Yenga's chest. Blood sword, you got it. Mo Luo Yengu roared and stepped forward with his right foot. Instantly, this black light wave, like a laser annihilating space, slammed violently towards the sword Wushuang. This black laser has the thickness of a bucket and is extremely fast. Everything that is rubbed by this black laser is melted into nothingness. The reaction of an unlucky ultimate master was slightly slower. After being rubbed a little by this black laser, it fell directly into powder. Is this the magical power of the magic Luo tribe? Jian Wushuang's expression was dignified, and he also used the talented magic power. Talented supernatural powers, primitive universe, talented and talented, life stunned, immediately 2 realms with strong oppression came. In this realm, Jian Wushuang slowly lifted the Wu weapon sword, and the 4th heavy kendo origin is mixed with the extremely high-order universe law. Chopper Star, bang the silver sword rainbow condenses again, but this time, the silver sword rainbow has soared to 1,000 feet under various forces. What is 1,000 zhang, Jianhong? This sword directly encompasses all the void in the battlefield of the 16th city, covering the sky and reaching the extreme. Cut. Along with Jian Wushuang's low drink, this 1,000-sword rainbow covering the sky was chopped down. Poof Chi Chi Qianzhang In by Jianhong and black laser slammed into each other at this moment. The world seems to be divided into two pictures. On the left is Moroa Yengu, rendered by a black laser. And on the right is a sword Wushuang, holding a nearly 1,000 silver and white swords. Unfavorable silver sword rainbow. This time, finally met the opponent the two kept wrestling, and Jian Wushuang stepped on the ground with his right foot, but was forced to retreat by the huge force from the black laser. The Mo Luo was even more embarrassed. He kept roaring and began to crack a little on the huge body. At this moment, on the battlefield of the 16th city, many of the ultimate masters who were fighting were stopped in the hands and looked towards Moroa and sword warriors. I am compassionate, seeing that these two people must have created many sins. The rabbit Buddha held a scepter and folded his hands, sighing for mercy. Let the poor monks come to save their sins later. The other side, the handsome young man in a snow-white gown, with a mink fur on his left shoulder, stabbed the ultimate master to death, raised his head to look at where Jian Wushuang and Mo Luo battled. His eyes narrowed suddenly. What a terrifying sword! More than just these two people keep looking in all directions, looking at Jian Wushuang and Mo Luo. Bang, in the end, a huge explosion sound blew up, setting off a sea of waves. Jian Wushuang and Mo Luo were both blocked by the diffused smoke. Around them, there is a violent and chaotic divine power. No one dares to approach. The smoke gradually dispersed. The shocking scene happened. I saw Moroa Yengu half knelt on the ground, and a long stream of blood continued to flow from his mouth. The Wu weapon sword in the sword without hands so quietly stagnates a few inches above the ancient skull of Mo Luoyen. Win or lose? No, at a glance, blood sword, you won. Moroa Yengu panted and raised his head a little bit hard. A sign. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, did not mean to kill him, but turned his eyes and looked towards the 5 monumental monuments. I saw there the battle between the Emperor Jinwu and the descendants of the Dark Devil was approaching the end. Both were real and invincible masters, but unfortunately, the Emperor Jinwu was indeed the Jinwu clan, and the eldest son of the Emperor Jinwu, a descendant of the Dark Devil born from the Blood River. Destroy it, filthy and humble bug. In the eyes of Jinwu, 2 groups of flames were burning. He glanced lightly at the blemishes of the body, the descendants of the Dark Devil who was about to collapse, and his voice was not happy or sad, without any emotion. The axe in the hands of the descendants of the Dark Devil has been cut into 2 pieces. He looked up and looked at the Emperor Jinwu, his eyes full of unwillingness. Just when Emperor Jinwu was about to start, ready to kill the descendants of the Dark Lord, suddenly a sword shadow, driving the Excalibur towards 5 Fengshan monuments. This sword shadow is the sword Wushuang that defeated Moroa Yengu S2, arrived today. Chapter 4267. First come, who, the Emperor Jinwu, was furious to the extreme, and stretched out his hand to grab the sword Wushuang. However, the speed of Jian Wushuang is too fast. The capture of Emperor Jinwu actually caught a void. Court death. Emperor Jinwu was furious instantly, and Zhang Jun's face could no longer remain calm, and he looked at the shadow of the royal sword. Not only the Emperor Jinwu, but also the Rabbit Buddha, the demon sword killing the moon, the 9 giants, and so on. At this moment, they all stopped their hands and looked towards the Fengshan monument. The sword Wushuang stepped in front of the 5 Fengshan monuments, looked down at the 5 Fengshan monuments, exuding a little coercion, and with a big wave of their hands, directly put the 5 Fengshan monuments into the Qinquan ring. At this point, 5 seal monuments are in hand in addition to the previous Fengshan monument. The sword has no hands to accumulate a total of 6 Fengshan monuments. It can be said that he is the person who has received the most Fengshan monuments in addition to the 9 giants. The next moment, Jian Wushuang turned and looked faintly at everyone. Who is this person? Kill him and take back the monument. Bold, give up the monument. We will spare you not to die. There was a roar on the battlefield of the 16th city. The endless killing intentions swept towards the sword, unparalleled. Under this killing collision, I am afraid that the ordinary ultimate master will be instantly unstable by this surging killing collision. Blood Sword, shaking the commander, looked at Jian Wushuang in a stunned state, and his throat rolled for a while. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang dared to be so brave and take the 5 Fengshan monuments as his own. With so many people present, no one was a fool, and he didn't know that he was going to make a sudden maneuver, grabbing Fengshanbai into his hands. The reason for not doing so was without him. It was nothing more than being unwilling to be the target of siege. Therefore, everyone is very acquainted, and did not go to get these 5 sealed monuments, because even if they got it, it was not a treasure, but a life sign. Even if it was as strong as the Emperor Jinwu, he had only dared to take 3 seals and left 2. Forgive me, it has not been successful. This is like a delicious cake. Countless people are rushing on. Then the first thing to do is to drive the weak out of the game, and the last strong one. Everyone can share it with me. What is Jian Wushuang's approach? He did NT just swallow the cake. He just lifted the table, ICA NT play. At all thinking of this, Shanshan's eyes were full of anxiety in looking at Jian Wushuang. Although the blood sword is strong, it is still too young. He sighed in his heart. The cold wind leader in charge of the team this time shook his head and said, "Blood sword, this time is reckless." The state of affairs is really like the conjecture of shaking the mountain leader. Countless ultimate masters, roaring towards the sword warriors to kill. However, fortunately, Rabbit, Buddha, Moon, and Emperor Jinwu, as well as descendants of the Dark Demon who have recovered from the respite, are invincible. Su is a self-contained person, but he is not in a hurry to act against the sword, but stepped in the void and looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Kill countless ultimate masters, driving the Mang towards the sword Wushuang. Many of them are leaders of the 8 giants, including blood crickets, and even Jian Wushuang saw several acquaintances. For example, Zhang Fang said that the next time he saw Jian Wushuang, he would be dominated by Arakawa, who was scared by his sword, and others. Blood Sword, I originally saw you in a battle with Moro Yengu and already intends to stop fighting with you. Unfortunately, people who want to break the rules and break the rules often don't end well. Arakawa dominated Fang Tianhua halberd, wearing a black armor, spearheaded first, with the halberd in his hand, chopping off the sword Wushu, breaking new ground. In the face of this menacing group of ultimate masters, Rao is the master of the Overlord, who is in the same camp as Jian Wushuang, but also keeps silent and dares to watch from a distance. The leader of Shake Mountain opened his mouth to say something, but after seeing the cold expression of the cold wind leader, he directly swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth, and swallowed them back. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, looking at the black pressure. At least hundreds of ultimate masters took a deep breath and looked down at the Wu weapon sword in his hand. The current situation, as early as when he decided to take a shot to rob Fengshanbai, it became his expected thing. He was already mentally prepared. "Come on." Jian Wushuang bowed his head and whispered to himself. Next moment he raised his head suddenly. His warfare condensed to the extreme. He even felt that his blood, which had been silent for a long time, began to boil. Only the brisk fighting can make him feel the longing in the soul. Swordman, born for battle. Crazy for sword, there is a saying in Tibetan seal, that is the sword repairer. When there is no going forward, the heart is fearless kill. A cold word came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Next moment, sword warriors moved. His first goal was to dominate Arakawa with a halberd blood sword. Novel. Let's die. Arakawa dominated with a grin. However, Before the halberd in his hand was chopped off, Jian Wushuang's figure passed past him. The next moment, the smirk on Arakawa's face dominated, completely solidified. How can it be? This was the last thought that flashed in Arakawa's mind. Immediately, his thoughts fell asleep in endless darkness. The sword Wushuang mouth spit out 3 words. First, this is just the beginning. The sword is twin-shaped and smart, and Wu Weiss Excalibur follows him all the way, ruthlessly harvesting the life of the ultimate master. The 4th source of kendo is evoked by the sword Unparalleled Number, and Wu Weeping Sword is covered with a layer of blood, which is the symbol of the killing of kendo. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the killing began. When Jian Wushuang completely let go of his hands and feet, these ultimate dominations were in his eyes, as simple as chopping melon and chopping vegetables. In the battlefield of the 16th city, Jian Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and killed 7 people in and 7 out in the crowd. Whenever Jian Wushuang cut one sword, he could reap 1 life. Among them are some of the major races in the universe. The blood of the gods sprinkled the earth, rendered the sky bloody. 89. When Jian Wushuang used the sword to kill the blood puppet and spit out such a figure, everyone was trembling. They clung to the treasure in their hands, but they did not dare to kill Jianshou again. Wow! Jian Wushuang stepped forward, and they took a step back. If you stand in the void and look down at this moment, you will find this extremely shocking scene. The still dominated by the Black Master, facing Jian Wushuang, who was 1 person and 1 sword, was actually repressed by Jian Wushuang, 1 person at a time. Chapter 42:68. Second more Jian Wu's eyes were icy cold. His black hair spread down and flew slightly, and his body was also covered with some marks of hacking. However, on the strength of Jian Wushuang's powerful divine power, these scars soon recovered. Looking at this scene, even the Rabbit Buddha, the Moon Killer, the Emperor Jinwu, and others who have not yet shot in the distance frowned slightly. No wonder this man dares to be so entrusted. It turned out to have invincible dominance. More than that, if the general invincible dominates, I am afraid that it will not be able to do 1 step. Yes, the tree has a dead day. When a person is poor, the general invincible dominates, and his power is not enough to support the battle for so long. I am afraid that this person is still a special life. Special life, yes, only the special divine power can go far beyond the monks in the same realm, so that the divine power is endless like this person. This group of invincible dominates, and many are discussing. Here is the depths of the universe. Special life has long been strange. However, although they are words of admiration in their mouths, their faces are not so dignified. After all, who can reach the step of invincible domination, which has never had a unique hole card in the world? Although Jian Wushuang's performance is strong, it is not enough to make them solemn. Some of the top ultimate masters are just that. If they want to kill, they can do it anytime. Emperor Jinwu sneered. Yeah, let this person clean up the garbage first, and the provincial emperor's shop will be dirty, and the emperor's hand will be dirty. The Rabbit Buddha sighed with sorrow and mercy, and folded his hands together. The world is foolish, and sin is created by the people. It seems that only by relying on the poor monk's voodoo stick can we cleanse the sins of the world. After that, he shook his head and said, Alas, the poor monk is really difficult. The beautiful-looking moon killing was a thumb rubbing the waist demon sword lightly. He could feel that his demon sword was almost unable to suppress the desire for blood and wanted to kill the sword. At the same time, at the entrance to the 11th city, a monster with a waist on his back, barbed spines on his back, and blue skin all over his body gradually condensed. This person is a prisoner, but at this moment, The owner of the ninth city, led by Prison Dragon, is missing, but he has an ebony box in his hand. This ebony box is covered with mysterious patterns, and it is tightly covered, making it impossible to see what is in the box. As usual, when the 9 giants saw the arrival of new people in the 8 cities, they rounded up, rushing to invite the prisoner to enter their own camp. Hearing the noisy invitation, Prison Dragon's brows gradually frowned. "You guys, it's really noisy." The words fell, and before they could reflect on them, Prison Dragon had already shot very impressively. "So I decided to shut you up." Killing started a moment later. The entire 11th city entrance, all the ultimate masters, fell, leaving only the prisoner dragon standing. The blowing cold wind raised his sticky hair, and he shook his head boringly. "Why are you all so weak? Can you tell me why?" With a sigh, he opened the black sandalwood box in his hand. "I saw. This box contains a skull, and this head is dominated by Howember. At this moment, the master of Howember has not died yet. His face is blue, and he stares at the prison dragon with a pair of eyes, full of anger. Hey, boy, don't you want to enter Hobaking to look for the blood sword? Now that you have come in, you talk about how you should thank me." Prison Dragon chuckled. "You monster, I tell you, once I die, Lord Bloodsword will not let you go." How Emperor dominated his teeth, squeezing this sentence out of his teeth. "Ha ha, don't let me go." The prisoner laughed loudly when he heard the words, and then his voice was cold. Then him really looking forward to it. After that, he covered the sandalwood box and looked around with interest. "This is Hobaking. Let me see, where is the blood sword guy now?" The prisoner's eyes flashed for a while, as if they were hunters looking for prey. Their eyes were full of playfulness. Then he shook his head and said, "Well, look for it one city at a time. Blood sword, you have to hide. Once I find you, the game has to be announced." 16th City Battlefield. The sword has no double-sided color and is cold. Once again, a sword is cut. Under this sword, the ultimate is more than 30. Eventually, these ultimate masters collapsed, and they retreated. Jian Wushuang didn't go after him, but sat down with his knees crossed Wu Chang's Excalibur in front of his knees, and quietly regained his divine power. Under him, the bodies of countless aliens have been piled up into mountains and built into a jingguan. Numerous people looked at this jingguan, which was piled up by corpses, only felt a cool air straight to the top of their heads, and their livers and gallbladders were split. The dominance of Hongya is also mixed with the retreating crowd. At this moment, he is grateful. Fortunately, I didn't play against this person for the last time." On the void, the sword sat cross-legged, and the large black robe had become blood-colored, just like Shura killed from Juyo Hell, but his expression was always indifferent. The leader of Shaking the Mountain, and others have long been stunned and dumbfounded, although he has repeatedly overestimated the combat effectiveness of Jian Wushuang. Until now, he found that he still underestimated Jian Wushuang by far. Sword unparalleled. Although only the 5th level dominates the repair, but it is absolutely invincible to dominate the combat power even more. An extremely absurd idea came to his mind. Even if Lord Overlord comes under so many ultimate siege, you can't deal with it as easily as Jian Wushuang. He pursed his lips secretly. The Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, several moons, and other invincible masters stood. You plan to watch this person with all your eyes and take away the 5 monuments. The descendants of the Dark Devil glanced at Emperor Jinwu side by side and said aloud, "He can't take this monument." Emperor Jinwu gave him an indifferent glance and then strode toward Jian Wushuang. One step down, Emperor Jinwu has stood in the void before the sword without double sides. He has a good-looking face with a mark of flames and black rays on his brows, and holds a trident on both sides, just like the gods in the heavens. He looked down at Jian Wushuang and said indifferently, "No matter who you are, I now give you two choices. First, submit to me, and the emperor will allow you to take a seal. The second is the emperor, after killing you, take away all the monuments from you. As to arrive today. Chapter 42, 69. The first is more. After him, invincible masters such as Rabbit Buddha, Dark Demon descendants, etc. also moved. No one wants Prince Jinwu to take the lead. The donor, the poor monk, observes your sinfulness and will soon be entangled in karma. Therefore, the poor monk advises you to return quickly to the shore and surrender the monument to the Buddha. Laughed. Boy, you have another option, is to cooperate with this seat. The two of us will kill together. And then this monument is divided equally. How about? The descendants of the Dark Devil laughed with a dark smile. But do even think about it. Once Jian Wushuang really cooperates with him, as he said, I am afraid that the first descendant of the Dark Devil's descendant will be his Jian Wushuang. The last invincible master to kill the moon was an expressionless face, with 5 slender fingers clearly holding the waist handle of the demon knife. He testified by killing that Zhang Jin slaughtered the 3 star domains, but this time he came to the 8 cities just for the sake of killing and drinking blood. When Jian Wushuang heard the question, he slowly raised his head and looked at the people. Do you really want this monument? Jian Wushuang said lightly. Emperor Jinwu frowned and said, You're called Bloodsword, right? Bloodsword. I tell you, this prince hates others playing tricks in front of me. Now I will give you 3 rest times to make a choice. After the 3rd breath, whether or not you submit to me, the emperor will kill you. You understand? After saying this, Emperor Jinwu immediately stretched out a finger and said indifferently, a breath. 2nd breath. After waiting for him to count, Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and his right palm patted the void, and the whole man rose into the sky. If you want to seal the monument, you rely on your strength. With that said, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet, blasting away like a cannonball. Emperor Jinwu frowned immediately and said coldly, I don't know how to lift. Huh. The Emperor Jinwu also swept away, chasing towards the sword, unparalleled. The two were in the air, and immediately formed 2 beams of light, flying forward and backward towards the distance. I am compassionate, but I also have the means of thunder. Why is the donor so handsome? The Rabbit Buddha sighed, but in his eyes was the red light, flashing red blood, stepped down and turned into a horizontal thunder. After the Rabbit Buddha, the descendants of the Dark Demon, and the Moon also turned into a blood river and a cold moon, and went after the sword unparalleled. At this moment, for invincible masters, while hunting down sword unparalleled, Jian Wushuang looked back at them for a moment, and there was a flash of murder in his eyes. These 4 invincible masters are not weak. Just one of them came out, far more than the Jinan king, the 3 princes, and others who were killed by Jian Wushuang in the Tao ruins. Even today's Jian Wushuang, whether he can fight the 4 invincible masters without using the Yongyi trick, is unknown in his heart. The reason why he attracted these 4 people was that if he was forced to use only his whole cards, he could perform the Yongyi sword move without being noticed. There are too many people here, and it is inevitable that there will be people who can recognize the Terra sword code. Once the outside world knows that Jian Wushuang owns the Terra sword code, I am afraid that the entire universe will be a sensation for it. Blood sword, you can't escape. Emperor Jinwu held the trident on both sides with an indifferent expression and followed closely behind Jianwu. Jian Wushuang glanced back at him, didn't speak, just pulled a sneer from the corner of his mouth. 16th City Battlefield. Leader of the Cold Wind, what shall we do now? Leader Shanshan asked, looking at Jian Wushuang, Jinwu, and others who were blasting away. What can we do? The leader of the cold wind shook his head, his eyes flashing helplessly. The combat effectiveness of these people has far exceeded the scope they can compete with. The leader of the cold wind, but Bloodsword is, after all, a member of our camp. Is it just so watched that he was chased and killed by the Emperor Jinwu and others? The leader of Shanshan asked unwillingly again. The leader of the cold wind was silent for a moment, and then said gently, "Shake the mountain if you want to accompany the Bloodsword to die. Then you go alone. This seat has to consider the lives of other people." Stuck. The leader of the cold wind continued. The Bloodsword is self-sustaining and self-cultivation is high strength. He did not act according to my instructions. Now he was chased and killed by himself. If he really falls, he can only blame himself. The leader of Shanshan heard the words, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. However, it is such a moment of hesitation. Jian Wushuang and others have disappeared on the sky. The leader of Shaking Mountain had no choice but to sigh and stop speaking. At the same time, the 11th city, Overlord Shrine, a monster leaning on his waist with a thin figure and a barbed back, holding a black and ebony box, walked step by step. Who's here? This is where the Overlord is, and the idlers quickly retreat. The two masters responsible for guarding the gate of the shrine suddenly frowned, and two spears crossed, blocking the way of the prisoner dragon. The prisoner lifted his hair down from his cheeks, narrowed his eyes, and glanced at the four magnificent characters of Overlord Jingu, then turned his head to the two ultimate masters, and smiled, and said, "Little guy, let me inquire about you." "Who?" "The two ultimate masters." When Yen frowned and asked, "Bloodsword, is it in this shrine?" The two ultimate masters immediately sneered and said, "It turned out to be Lord Bloodsword. Lord Bloodsword is our 7th commander, and you can't ask. I finally persuade you that you can quickly retreat now. I can when nothing happens, otherwise blame me for waiting for the two spears to be polite." Prison Dragon smiled, looked at the two with an interest, and asked, "Oh, what a polite way." The two ultimate masters heard each other and looked at each other with a smirk on their faces, and the spear in their hands was raised high, chopping off towards the prisoner dragon. "Now you know." Watching the two spears from the chop, Prison Dragon chuckled. "Funny little guy." "Huh." The two spears split on the prisoner's dragon without even seeing any white marks. The faces of the two ultimate masters suddenly changed, and before they changed their moves, two black chains had been violently shot from behind the prisoner dragon, instantly passing them through. "Since the two of you are not willing to say it, I will find one." Prison Dragon raised his head, glanced at the word, Far King Shrine, and walked step by step. After a while, wow, numerous armor guards blasted from all directions, holding spears, and looked at the prison dragon with a clear expression. "The Overlord has orders. Who dare to break into the Overlord Shrine, kill without amnesty." The leader of Emptiness stood in the first place with a cold expression. I saw that with a big wave of his hands, these armored guards rushed towards the prison dragon. The prisoner looked at the overwhelming armor guard and chuckled, "It's really courageous." Chapter 42:70. Second more. Huh. Countless black chains blasted out from the back of the prison dragon, like a javelin blasted towards this overwhelming armor guard. Suddenly, there was a miserable situation in the Overlord Shrine. Countless gods' blood permeated, and sounds of stern despair sounded one after another. The imaginary leader is the whole head being stabbed stiffly, thrown in the hands as a ball. In the Overlord Shrine, there was a sea of dead mountains and blood. The prisoner dragon carried his back and walked towards the hall where the Overlord was in a relaxed manner. At the foot of the imprisoned dragon, the overwhelmingly prepared Overlord Shrine is like a victory in the court. No one can stop him for a moment, as if in no one's realm. After half a column of incense, The prisoner stepped into the Overlord Temple. This is where the Overlord is. At this moment, the Overlord Temple was quiet, and the 7 commanding seats were all empty. The Overlord sits on the dragon seat. His eyes are closed slightly. His blood is boiling like a big sun. Duh, 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 duh. Hearing the footsteps, the Overlord's eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of God passed by his eyes. Huh, didn't you stop it? The Overlord's brows frowned, and a look of discomfort flashed on his face. So many people can't stop one person? However, he didn't pay much attention, or he was one of the 9 giants. In the next 8 cities, only a few people can make him care. The prisoner dragon in front of him is obviously not in this rank. The prisoner dragon looked up at the Overlord and shrugged with a smile and shouted, "Big guy, your men are too rude. I only want to say a word, and they want to kill me. You said, how can you compensate me?" Compensation? Overlord Wenyen immediately laughed angrily. This man slaughtered his men, and even asked him for compensation. Also, he is the owner of the indestructible domineering body, one of the last 8 cities and 9 giants, who even called himself a big man. Go to hell. The Overlord sneered, stepped on his right foot, and the whole man suddenly flew up. His right fist condensed like a big sun, and he blasted towards the prisoner. This fist was just blasted out by the Overlord, but it was like the drums of the ancient heavens were slammed, and the space in the blast was shaken, cracking several cracks directly. This punch is enough to directly blast the stars. This punch shows the power of invincible domination. However, the prison dragon just stretched out his palm and grabbed the right fist of the Overlord. Huh! A muffled sound came, and the Overlord's fist hit the prisoner's palm firmly, and the huge power spread out, directly crushing the Overlord's shrine. With 2 people as the center, the entire land is collapsed. It was such a terrible punch that fell on the palm of the prisoner's outstretched hand, but he could not advance any further. What? The Overlord's expression changed immediately. You're rude. Prison Dragon shook his head, pinched his fingers, grabbed the Overlord's fist directly, and threw it fiercely. In that moment, the Overlord smashed out and smashed a long gully on the ground. In the sky, the Overlord jumped up, his face gloomy to the extreme. What do you want to do? Bawang asked coldly. At the same time, his strength began to condense, and the skin of his body began to be covered with mysterious runes full of ancient breath. Do not destroy the bull body. He was triggered. I ask you, where is the blood sword? Prison Dragon twisted his neck and asked, Are you looking for a blood sword? The Overlord's eyes froze suddenly. 16th City Battlefield. A few light beams, chasing Jian Wushuang, quickly passing over 9 days. The Emperor wants to see. Where can you escape? Emperor Jinwu said with an ancient indifference. Just after his words fell. Huh. The figure of Jian Wushuang sprinting forward suddenly stopped. Suddenly. Oh, don't run away? Emperor Jinwu laughed disdainfully, and his footsteps also stopped. Rabbit Buddha, Moon Killer, Dark Demon Descendants, etc. have changed shape, enclosing swords in a square shape. When did I say I want to run away? Jian Wushuang stepped into the air, standing against his hands. His eyes glanced across the 4 faces. Blood sword, this emperor has given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. So now, don't blame this emperor's merciless. Emperor Jinwu said a little, then stepped on his feet, holding the trident on both sides, the first to kill the sword without a match. I saw him stabbing his halberds, and countless sacred fires poured along the tridents on both sides, turning into a dragon that swallowed the sun and chanted the world. The Jinwu tribe was born among the sun stars, bathed under the sun fire all year round, and grew by sucking the sun fire, but it is the strongest force in the universe's fighting power. And the Emperor Jinwu is the royal family of the Jinwu family, the eldest son of the Emperor Jinwu the Great. From this we can see how horrible he is. If placed outside, it is enough to burn a galaxy into nothingness. My Buddha is compassionate, and the poor monk really does not want the ninjas to make evil. The rabbit Buddha sighed, a picture of compassion, but the voodoo scepter in his hand did not hesitate, and smashed it towards the sword Wushuang. This smashing is quaint and heavy. The golden ring on the Zen stick makes a strange sound. Immediately, a sound of bulging Buddha sounded, as if between heaven and earth there was a great Buddha who came to the world, lowered his giant hand, and punished evil. The descendants of the dark devil laughed wildly, tore his hands apart, and a blood river was drawn directly from the void by him, rolling towards the sword unparalleled. As for the handsome young demon sword killing the moon, he said nothing and pulled out the demon sword in his hand. A cold lull flickered across the face of the killing moon. And then I saw a razor blade approaching to the extreme, like a torn knight of lightning, quickly collapsed into the void and slashed towards the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the four invincible masters, and shot at the same time swordsmen. Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, facing a shock that only split from four directions. Although his eyes were turbulent, his heart was dignified to the extreme, and he was not relaxed at all. Chopper Star. Jian Wushuang gave a cold drink. His eyes were sharp like a hawk, and he directly evoked more than 12,000 times the divine power, and 10 times the willpower given by the law of the universe, turned into a silver sword rainbow of nearly 1,000 feet. Jian Wushuang turned over with his right hand, and Jianhong swept away in his hand, welcoming the shock of these four invincible masters. Boom! However, in the usual week, the star-struck Jianhong, who was not disadvantaged in the face of the four people's joint blows, even only persisted for a few breaths, and then instantly defeated. But a few breaths is enough. Taking advantage of this gap, Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot and killed the descendants of the dark demon. These four invincible dominate. The Emperor Jinwu is the strongest, and the descendants of the dark devil itself are weak against them. And they were seriously injured before, which is the best to kill. Burning power. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to directly cast the dragon extermination technique, his strength sword. In a flash of his figure, he appeared directly in front of the descendants of the Dark Lord. Okay. And when the descendants of the dark demon stunned, for a while, the Wu-crying Excalibur with no hands in the sword had been severely cut at him. The first one to die is you. Chapter 42, 71. The first is more. After seeing this menacing sword, the descendants of the dark devil's face suddenly changed slightly. He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang's first goal would be him. Call out. No wait for the descendants of the dark devil to come at all. The speed of Jian Wushuang was extremely fast, and the sharp Jianguang directly splitting the entire dark demon descendant in half. But weirdly, he did wait for Jian Wushuang's sword to break out, shatter the body of the descendants of the dark devil, and his body automatically decomposed into a pool of blood. The next moment, the pool of blood backed away, and the figure of the dark demon descended again. Blood sword, Yuet. The descendants of the dark devil looked dull, grabbed with his right hand, and a spear condensed in his hand. At the same time, a flash of anger flashed through his heart. If it weren't for their dark demon tribe, they were bred from the blood of the blood river and could be dispersed into blood water at any time. I'm afraid that the sword of sword Wushuang just made him overturn in the gutter. However, although the sword of the sword Wushuang did not kill him, he also used this blood river mystic skill, and it was also costless. At this time, Emperor Jinwu and others have been killed again. I saw the Emperor Jinwu ignited a flame, and the Jinwu mark on the eyebrows became more and more enchanting. He held the trident on both sides, like an ancient of war, stepping forward. Blood sword, give up the unnecessary struggle. It is your glory to die under the prince, said Jin Wu coldly. Jian Wu's eyes fixed. First he cut 3 swords in succession, forcing the descendants of the dark monster who was about to move away, then turned abruptly and looked at the shock that struck him, sneering, "You can die in me, your sword is your glory." The words fell to the ground. The sword Wu Shuang, Wu Weeping Sword, pointed directly at the Emperor Jinwu and did not retreat to fight back. Stubbornness. There was a coldness on Emperor Jinwu's face, and the golden fire on both sides of the trident became more and more turbulent. Jinwu Xinhua is one of the top 3 peerless gods in the universe. It is powerful enough to burn the sky. Burning the sky, Emperor Jinwu spoke, and instantly his trident on both sides completely turned into a fire dragon. Open the sky. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and all the divine power erupted, prompting Kaitian Yijian to slash in front of the Emperor Jinwu. Boom! Under the attack of the two, I saw countless Jin Wushan fire exploded, landed in the void, and made a sound of burning. Huh! How could you force this prince back? Emperor Jinwu's eyes flickered, and he stepped back half a step, glanced down at the slightly numb palm, and sighed with admiration. Blood sword just hit this one. In the next 8 cities, you will have a place. Unfortunately, you should never think about swallowing up the monument alone. Although the words of admiration are in his mouth, the murder between the eyebrows is getting more and more cold. This son must die today. Otherwise, once you let this son escape, if you want to kill him again in the future, I am afraid it will be difficult. Jian Wushuang heard the words. There was no time to talk back, but his eyes turned and looked coldly towards the smashing moon. I saw Zayu slanting the handle of the demon's sword, fast as a phantom, and when he stepped on it, a second killing moon appeared in the void, not far from him. Immediately, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. This is the afterimage of the killing moon because it is too fast. Until the killing moon appeared in front of the sword without 2 sides. When the demon knife split in the hand, the first afterimage of the killing moon was dissipated. So fast, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. This person's speed was much faster than the snake Lang Jun that day. Wow! When the moon was slashed with a knife, Jian Wushuang was preparing to lift the sword to resist it. I saw that the moon's right hand was turned over, but it was changed to a slash in an instant, and the demon's sword passed directly across the sword. Laugh! Immediately, a deep knife mark appeared on the sword's body. Jian Wushuang glanced down at the knife marks on the god's body. Countless divine powers permeated. The god's body was restored, and his face was turbulent. Although this killing moon didn't say anything from beginning to end, if it comes to strength, I am afraid that it is not worse than Emperor Jinwu, and this person's understanding of the knife path has also reached the 4th level of the universe knife path. Sure enough, no one who can reach the invincible dominance will be a simple character, Jian Wushuang whispered to himself, and in his eyes the war intent rose sharply by 3 inches, and he whispered, "Come again!" Suddenly, Jian Wushuang exhibited the swift kendo, killing towards the moon. If you only talk about speed, even if you add hate kendo, Jian Wushuang is not as good as him, but he has other means. Dragon's mystery skill, burning power. Boom! The mighty divine power in Jian Wushuang's body that had been calmed down at this moment began to burn wildly again. Under the burning of divine power, his strength suddenly soared. Blood sword, you're exciting me. Before Ye changed his calmness, he laughed loudly, holding the sword towards the sword without a match. Soaring! I saw that the speed of both of them was extremely fast, and they instantly fought against each other in the empty space. Wu Chang's Excalibur and the monster knife in the hand of the moon continued to collide. With each collision, a series of sparks could be pulled up, and a shocking sound. The two people's understanding of their respective kendo and daodo is one level, but Jian Wushuang's use of the laws of the universe and the total amount of divine power are much stronger than this moon. Soon, the moon fell into the downwind. Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, and others looked at this scene. Their faces became dignified. The descendants of the Dark Lord said lightly, "Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, this blood sword has reached the level of kendo understanding. If you keep your hands and let him continue fighting, I am sure that we will be defeated one by one." Hearing this, both Emperor Jinwu and Rabbit Buddha frowned, but also knew that what the descendants of the Dark Devil said was true. At this moment, it is the most important thing to get the Fengshen Monument. There is no need to follow the sword without twining bucket, less night-long dreams. Let's join forces to kill this person first. Emperor Jinwu said, equal to the final word, announced the death penalty of Jian Wushuang. Talented magical powers, Jin Wu Tun Ri. The voice fell, and behind him, a huge Jin Wu virtual reality suddenly appeared. This Jin Wu is as high as thousands of feet in the sun, bathed in the sun. The wings are condensed by flames, and a scream of clear chanting is heard, and the world is instantly shaken. Seeing this, the descendants of the Dark Lord also said, "Talented abyss." Wow! A huge blood river appeared around the descendants of the Dark Demon. This blood river seemed to be real and constantly flowing, and it even made a roaring and exciting sound. "I am compassionate." The rabbit and the Buddha folded their hands together and said each word. Rumble! The world began to shake, and numerous clouds were torn. First, an inch of golden light was emitted through the dark clouds. Subsequently, this golden light is more and more and more. The next moment, the entire sky became dazzling and numerous Buddha lights shone on the earth. A giant golden Buddha emerged, standing in the void. Chapter 4272. Second more. This golden Buddha is full of golden light, and the treasure is solemn, full of sacred inviolability. It's just weird that the head of this golden Buddha is a rabbit head with red eyes. In this sacred atmosphere, there is another gloom. Go with. The three waved their hands, and for a while, 3 blows to destroy the world, and at the same time blasted towards Jian Wushuang. First, the one that swallowed the sun, and under the wings of a pair of wings, countless flames fell from the wings like molten plasma, opened their mouths, and bite at the sword Wushuang. Immediately after that was the blood river, like the rising tide of the river, carrying a roaring roar and rushing towards the sword unparalleled. In the end, it was the giant Buddha who stretched out 5 fingers and pressed them towards the sword, unparalleled. Each of these 5 fingers is as tall as a mountain. Once pressed, they suddenly cover the sky, and a burst of sound in the void creates a sound of various sound barrier bursts. Jian Wushuang and Juyu watched the 3 invincible masters joint hit, and could not help but stop the action on their hands. The moon killing by the sword unparalleled only by Perry was slightly slowed, and he shook his head and said, "Blood sword, your understanding of kendo is no less than my understanding of kendo, but unfortunately, the situation does not allow me to fighting against you." After that, Yaya stepped back, saying one word at a time, "Mystery, step on God." Boom. This sword is cut out, as if the world is split, and the 2 worlds of yin and yang are separated, and the sword air is in full swing. The 4 invincible masters no longer keep their hands while performing mysterious magic. Looking at the 4 annihilation blows that carried the might of heaven and earth, Jian Wushuang looked dignified and took a deep breath. God, now, a force from the deepest part of the soul that belongs to the perfect level of life emerges. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang sounded a crackling sound like fried beans. Immediately after, I saw Jian Wushuang's body skyrocketing inch by inch. 1 foot, 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. 10,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 6,000 miles. In a blink of an eye, the sword warriors turned into a world-strength giant, holding the sun and the moon to pick the stars and stepping on the earth and mountains and the sea. He was surrounded by Xian Hui, making his appearance unclear, just like the chaos immortal king came to life, and a horrible power that could not use any words spread out from him. In the presence of this chaos fairy king, Emperor Jinwu and others are as tiny as ants. Even the former golden Buddha, who sits sideways in the void, like a young boy, is not as high as his knees. Town. A dull voice came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. The next moment, I saw that the sword was double action. He first stretched out his palm and took 5 fingers towards the golden Buddha, then spread out the other hand, and pinched the Jinwa's hand like a little chicken in his hand, raised his most feet, and stepped on the blood river to the descendants of the dark demon and the shocking sword of the moon. Sword unparalleled body. Suppress the 4 invincible masters at the same time. Can't use any words to describe this collision. In this collision, the world seems to be in the end of the disaster. The mountains and rivers are capsized, the world is turned upside down, and the sky is set off. A huge shockwave spread, filling up all nearby hills. Immediately, a blast exploded, as if thousands of thunders blew at the same time. What? The Emperor Jinwa's pupils shrank, and the face, which was cold from the beginning to the end, did not have any emotions. For the first time, an incredible color surged. The rabbit Buddha and the moon killing were not much better and shocked on his face. As for the weakest descendants of the dark devil, they were directly shaken by the impact of Qilong and almost fell from the air. Is this the power of special life? The 4 looked at each other. Their eyes were shocked. Not only these 4 people, but even the distant mountain leader and other people all sensed this amazing explosive power. Who is so horrible? Shaking Mountain Commander stunned. The cold wind commander took a deep breath, and his eyes scorched back. No matter what the horror might be, the battle between Blood Sword and Emperor Jinwu must be extremely fierce. The turbulence of the sky gradually dissipated, and I saw Jian Wushuang, who was bombarded by 4 shocking magical mysteries. The body was covered with thousands of cracks, and the 4 magical mysteries had disappeared. Whirring! A gust of wind blew through. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked coldly at the 4 Emperor Jinwu. Now, it's me. He held a handful of hands, and Wu Weapon's Excalibur hovered in front of his chest, turning into a silver sword rainbow of nearly 1,000 feet. Chopper Star. Immediately, this nearly thousands of silver Jianheng locked on the descendants of the Dark Devil, and quickly cut off at him. When the descendants of the Dark Devil saw this, they almost spit out the old blood and snarled, "Blood Sword! Why don't you kill others? Just hold me back." Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he could not answer. He can feel that the divine power required to support the divine body is simply too horrible. Even if he is a special level of perfect life, more than 13,000 times the divine power, under this consumption, it is also nearing the bottom. I am afraid that at most only I can persist in the 10-breath time, therefore. I must take advantage of my current peak period to kill one of the 4 invincible masters in the 10-breath time. The descendants of the Dark Lord are obviously the best choice. The first breath, the silver Qian Zhang Jianheng condensed. The second breath, the silver sword rainbow, was cut off towards the descendants of the dark demon. Mystery, Blood Lotus. The descendants of the dark devil looked at the silver sword Hong that had been cut off and roared. I saw his hands swiftly knowing his way, and in the void in front of him, a lotus flower suddenly appeared. This blossoming red lotus intersects each other, each one sucking the power of heaven and earth and growing up sharply. In just 3 breaths, this blossoming lotus becomes intertwined to form a blood-red lotus platform, spinning and flying towards the silver sword rainbow. Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, killing the moon. If I am dead, can you stop him? The descendants of the dark devil turned around and drank. The Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, and Yeye heard expressions that were cloudy and uncertain and knew the intention of Jian Wushuang in their hearts. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jinwu drank lowly. Yes, this blood sword has become a climate, and we must gather the strength of the four of us in order to kill him. Everyone, don't keep your hand. Stop this sword. I saw that Emperor Jinwu took the lead in turning his right hand first, and a net woven from the wings of Jinwu flew out to protect the descendants of the dark devil. This Jinwu feather was obviously very precious. Even the Emperor Jinwu's eyes flashed a tinge of pain. The Rabbit Buddha was hesitant in his expression and opened his mouth to spit out a colorful relic and slammed into the silver sword rainbow of sword unparalleled. It's too difficult for a poor monk. He shook his head and sighed. Doubting the moon did not hesitate, pulled the knife out of the sheath again, and cut out a shocking sword. Chapter 42:73. The first is more. The silver sword rainbow, nearly thousands of feet, was like a river pouring from top to bottom, fiercely splitting towards the descendants of the dark devil. This sword rainbow was so vast that it was like the flood of a dike. They were all swallowed up. Even the sky and clouds over 9 days were smashed by 500 swords by the sword Wushuang, forming a narrow white line. Under this silver sword rainbow, the scarlet lotus terrace was the first to be unable to support it. The blossoming lotus leaves began to break, and the lotus terrace continued to crack open. With a loud noise, the scarlet lotus terrace burst into pieces. So scary, Jianhong. If the descendants of the dark devil were slammed, his chest slumped sharply, and a mouthful of blood spit out of his mouth. At this point, the distant sword Wushuang shot to cut out the star sword Jianhong. 6 breath time has passed. Immediately afterwards, I saw the colorful relic spewing out of the rabbit's mouth. The colorful relic revolved continuously, blocking the silver sword rainbow that was pressed down like the flood of the dike. Can't help a burst of unpleasant clapping and shattering sounds. And finally, in a muffled sound of, "It is torn apart," the body shape of the Rabbit Buddha was shocked, counted backwards, and there was a tinge of pain in his eyes. This colorful relic was born after exhausting countless hours of his mental energy. As long as he bred a few more chaos periods, it would be very likely to become the ultimate rule of treasure, but now it can be described as a loss. Only the shocking swordman turned into a demon sword in the moon-killing hand, cut into the silver sword rainbow stiffly, and the swordman entered into the tens of meters. But it was just like splitting on the cowhide. It gets harder to go inside. And finally, under the horrible sword intention of the silver sword rainbow, the blade is completely shattered. But the moon was shot backwards and smashed into a mountain far away. The silver sword rainbow, after breaking through all the obstacles, finally split on the skull of the descendants of the dark devil. The wing Luo, which was given to him by Emperor Jinwu, quickly flew out, enclosing the silver sword rainbow. However, now the sword-struck sword rainbow, blessed by various forces such as Jian Wushuang's whole body power, coupled with the willpower of the universe, the burning of divine power, the origin of the fourth heavy kendo, and so on, are really terrifying. And then they are caught by wings after consuming most of the sword energy. This feather net woven from the wings of the Emperor Jinwu also declared defeat, and it burst into pieces after a wailing sound. In the end, the silver sword rainbow was unstoppable, and in the roar of the dreaded descendants of the dark devil, he cut the whole person in half like a knife-cut tofu. This time, the descendants of the dark devil are not so lucky. At all, he did not wait for him to perform the secret technique of hemorrhage river. He was completely shattered by the sharp sword and turned into countless powder. At this point, 10 interest times have passed. The descendants of the Dark Lord, one of the 4 invincible masters, have fallen. The Emperor Jinwu, the Rabbit Buddha, and the Moon Killer all turned pale. One of the four's joint efforts was broken by Jian Wushuang's sword. The three Emperor Jinwu took a sigh of coolness, and they were convinced that Jian Wushuang is definitely a giant-level combat power. All four of them are the most powerful of the Invincible Masters. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are far more powerful than the three princes and other people encountered in the ruins of Tailuo at the beginning. The Emperor Jinwu is even more famous, beat the first person under the 9 giants. The 4 of them joined forces. I'm afraid that even the giants will retreat from 3 points. Where exactly did this person emerge from? The 3 looked at each other with shock in their hearts. Above the sky, the breath on Jian Wushuang's body quickly began to fall. The body gradually shrank and finally returned to its normal shape. Feeling the severe pain from the bones of the whole body, Jian Wushuang could not help but grin. The price of using the body was still too great. However, it is gratifying that compared to the last use of the body, it is still much better. Jian Wushuang grabbed his right hand and grabbed dozens of superb magic drugs directly from the Qianquan ring and swallowed them, regardless of how expensive these magic drugs were. When he thought of them, he wiped them out, turn it into the purest divine power, and replenish consumption. Seeing this, the Emperor Jinwu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You guys, this shot is so expensive in turn, and the cost of wanting to come is so great. I won't let anyone keep it and kill him together." The Rabbit Buddha and the Moon Slay nodded slightly. Suddenly, 3 terrifying killings erupted, turned into turbulent winds, and shattered the sky. Jian Wushuang's expression was still indifferent, but in his eyes, the surging warfare became more and more turbulent. This startling battle has begun again. Boom! With a bang, the 3 Emperor Jinwu, Yaya, and Rabbit Buddha stepped in the void, and once again slew towards the sword unparalleled. The trident and 2-faced halberd in the hand of Emperor Jinwu disappeared. His arms turned into a pair of flaming flame wings. His eyes were replaced by the divine fire, and only when his wings were raised, he appeared in the sky above the sword. Roar! Emperor Jinwu opened his mouth and moaned, and immediately gave out a clear cry that shocked the world for 9 days. Immediately, he saw a fireball spit out of his mouth. This fireball was only the size of a fist at first, but after vomiting from the mouth of Emperor Jinwu, it rose up against the wind. When it was pressed down towards Jian Wushuang, the fireball had turned into a golden sun. This round of scorching sun is vast and boundless, not to mention the burning flames inside, even the hot temperature radiated from it. The earth of the 16th city is roasted and cracked directly. The Rabbit Buddha closed his eyes, and the blood-stained urn began to shatter. The next moment, I saw that he became a 1,000-handed evil Buddha, countless arms extended from various places in his body. Each hand held different magic weapons, including a bowl, a scripture, a Zen stick, a relic, and so on. There was a wicked smile in the corner of his mouth, and then his lips were closed up and down, and he began to chant strange Buddhist scriptures. Under this Buddhist scripture, all the magic weapons held in his thousands of arms rose into the air, and then continually condensed to form a asterisk Buddhist seal, pressing against the sword. The moon was closing his eyes, and a gust of wind rolled up around him. "Mystery, kill God!" His lips lightened, and he slowly spit out the 5 words. The next moment, he stepped forward in a footstep and cut it out with a slash. This knife was cut out in the same round of half a month, full of antelope-hanging horns, no trace of the trend, but his incarnation of the knife path, all incarnation. After this was cut out, the sky was torn directly, and the world was destroyed. A fireball like the sun, the asterisk-shaped Buddha seal covering the sky, tearing the horrible swordman of the sky. The 3 forces, like the three hanging Tianha smashed down with unparalleled power. Chapter 4274. Second More. In the face of these three gangs of surging Gu Shi Pei Shui, Jian Wushuang's solemn expression, but gradually restored peace. He let go of Wu Weapon's sword, spreading his hands as if embracing this world, and raised his head with a big breath. The next moment, he bowed his head sharply and looked at them all. Taro Sword Code, First Style, Forever Night. Alas! After the words fell, time and space seemed to stagnate. There were no earth-shattering explosions, and no eclipse that caused the world to eclipse. It was as if a tiny stone had been dropped in a calm lake, and ripples rippled around. Wu Xing's exquisite sword suspended in front of him quietly began to disappear, silently from the point of the sword to the hilt of the sword. What is Blood Sword doing? What does he want? Both the Emperor Jinwu and the Rabbit Buddha frowned tightly, and they could feel that a strange power began to erode towards them. This weird force was like a pair of large invisible hands hidden in the darkness, tremblingly extended from behind them, and then they gripped their necks. Cold, suffocating, dark, dull, stiff, all kinds of negative emotions poured out. The world began to fade quickly. The light in the sky gradually disappeared. Everything was so silent. And let it go. Unconsciously, the world in their eyes has become colorless, and the world is left only with a thick haze of gray. And this gray is still deepening, as if to draw them into the eternal dark abyss. Feeling this power, both Emperor Jinwu and Rabbit Buddha had a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. Obviously, there is no danger, but the instinct of instinct makes them hate everything in front of them and wants to escape. Of the three, only Yeye seemed to know something, and the whole person froze, watching the scene blankly, his lips constantly becoming trembling and terrified. This power is the recorded Terra Sword Code. Suddenly, his face became pale, and the whole person was teetering, almost falling from the air. How can this be happening? Isn't it Tu Luo Jiandian? Has it been lost for a long time? Why did it appear in his hands? Juyue said to himself in chaos, his body shaking violently. Emperor Jinwu noticed this and asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you, Moon?" Hearing this questioning, Yeye just slammed Jiling soberly, shouting, "Run away!" The Emperor Jinwu and the Rabbit Buddha heard the words, and they were all confused. They couldn't figure out what the ghost was doing. However, due to their inherent caution, they subconsciously fled first. Unfortunately, it's all over. When Yongye started, the space where the three of them belonged is no longer in the ancient road of the starry sky, but belongs to the eternal dark territory opened by Yongye. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene. His expression was not happy or sad. His face was not shocked. And he said softly, "Deprive it, night." A trace of dark mist spread from the soles of Jian's feet, and then slowly climbed towards the three Emperor Jinwu, finally intertwined to form a large black ball, wrapping the three in this black circle. Among the balls, to the outsider, this black sphere seems to be a sphere that can be broken with a poke, but to the three Emperor Jinwu, it is a boundless and dark country. This is not the 9 calamities one-minded kingdom of God, but the one sword that belongs to the sword unparalleled. I saw that in this dark space, the Emperor Jinwu, Rabbit Buddha, and Yeye all changed their faces. They could feel that in this eternal darkness, there was an invisible force in the midst of the darkness, which was depriving them power and vitality. The joint strike they had bombarded before was also wrapped in this dark country. In this dark country, this was originally enough to destroy the planet and smash the galaxy, but it absorbed the power as if it were stripped and cocooned. The original horrible power began to fall at a rate visible to the naked eye. Weak. In just a few breaths of time, these 3 powers disappeared completely. Alas! the Slayer Moonshaven demon sword, and the hundreds of treasures of the rabbit and Buddha all disappeared, turned into mortals, and fell into the endless darkness. How can it be? The Emperor Jinwu and Rabbit Buddha shrank their pupils, and for the first time they were shocked. What kind of power is that? But that is the source of the mysterious fire of the Emperor. Even the mysterious cold water has been extinguished. Why is this so? The Emperor Jinwu did not dare to speak. The Rabbit Buddha was also trembling in the same way. These rules are treasures that he collected from countless years, and each one has his painstaking effort. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of rule treasures were damaged, and he couldn't help snarling again. "Blood sword, the poor monk will kill you." Among the three, there was a bitter smile on the face of Jiue, and he shook his head helplessly, and there was no surprise on his face. From the moment he recognized the move, he knew that the ending was doomed. "Break it for me." Emperor Jinwu roared and smashed several fires. However, everything was useless. As soon as the fire broke out, it was absorbed by the surrounding void. The Emperor Jinwu discovered a more terrifying fact, that is, he found that in this kingdom of eternal night, his unstoppable power that relies on the sky and began to dissipate. Ultimate, 5th level, 4th level, master of rules. In a short moment, Emperor Jinwu was dominated by an invincible universe and incomparable combat power, and fell to earth. His handsome face began to sag and wrinkle. One night, deprive everything. Not only deprived of divine power, but also deprived Shouyuan. Between the moments, Emperor Jinwu seemed to have experienced mortal life, illness, death, and death from being a god-rich man, the ultimate master of Feng to a mortal old man. In the end, the Emperor Jinwu couldn't even support the transformation form, and turned into a 3-legged Jinwu that was exhausted and exhausted. At the same time, under this force, Yeya and Rabbit Buddha have become 2 dry corpses. Emperor Jinwu was despairing. At the last moment of his death, he reached out his hand tremblingly, crushed a token hanging around his waist, and raised his head hard. "Father, help me!" Boom! An extremely ancient and majestic Jinwu screamed through the floods of the universe. Next moment, Jian Wushuang felt an incomparably hot and horrendous horror that could not be described in words. With Emperor Jinwu as the center, it exploded. This power far surpassed Jian Wushuang's cognition. It was the supreme power that he did everything and could not resist at all. Under this mighty power, the sword's unparalleled Yongye kingdom was directly torn. Chapter 4275. The first is more. Puff! Under this indescribable terror, Jian Wushuang retreated wildly. His arms exploded. The eternal dark kingdom formed by the Sword of Eternal Night is shattered even more. What kind of power is this? Jian Wushuang looked frantically. I saw Emperor Jinwu's eyes closed tightly. His breath was fading to the extreme, and the whole man was dying as if he were going to fall at any time. However, behind him, countless flames burst out. The flame condensed behind him, slowly turned into a human figure, and then stretched out his hands to hold the Emperor Jinwu. This flame figure can't see the appearance, but it has a strong enough to make the world disappointed, and the coercion of the surrender of the people spreads. This coercion was extremely horrible. Under the coercion, Jian Wushuang could not help but tear and collapse. This coercion, after crossing the sword unparalleled, swept away in all directions. Wherever the coercion passed, the void was roaring. What power! Extreme breath! Under this coercion, the whole city was shaken. Countless people looked horrified and rushed to see here. Some of these eyes are from the 9 giants. However, the 9 giants that have always been in the post-8 cities after seeing this flame figure put away the meaning of unscrupulous look respectfully and superbly. "Who dares hurt me?" This flame figure raised his head and slowly looked at Jian Wushuang, a low voice with majesty, so that it could not tolerate any resistance came from his mouth, as if he is the of heaven who controls the life and death of the universe, holding the right to life and death. In the eyes of this flame figure, there are two blazing fires. These two blazing fires are like two rounds of sun inlaid in them. They cannot be seen directly. Under this gaze, the void seems to be unable to persist. In order to collapse, Jian Wushuang was trembling all over, as if the body would burst in the next moment. "Jinwu, great emperor." Jian Wushuang trembled, and his pupils shrank. No need to guess, Jian Wushuang also recognized it. This flame figure is the Jinwu Emperor in the universe, Emperor Jinwu, who became famous in the 500 Chaos prehistoric era, is one of the oldest top supremes in the universe. He is a top 10 in the universe and has a reputation for overwhelming the heavens. One word is definitely one of the most terrifying names in the universe. Even the Supreme of Blood and Supreme of the Axe, in the presence of Emperor Jinwu, can only be called juniors and must meet the ancestors after meeting. "Is it you that hurt my son?" Emperor Jinwu's eyes condensed on Jian Wushuang's face. Although the words spoken were interrogative sentences, the overbearing tone was full of unquestionable meaning. Jian Wushuang was condensed by Emperor Jinwu's eyes, and suddenly felt that his eyes were like the most terrifying fire, and he wanted to burn him through. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and did not answer. He is not stupid and reckless, and although he is now very humiliated, he also knows that at this moment, instead of arguing about snoring, it is better to say nothing and use silence to show his attitude. After all, the world is the strongest. No one will talk to an ant who can run to death with a single finger and talk about it. At the moment, the sword unparalleled in front of Emperor Jinwu is like an ant who can be killed by a finger. Emperor Jinwu narrowed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and said indifferently, "Little man, this time the deity looks at that adult's face and doesn't care about you, but next time you won't be so lucky." After that, the flame figure of Emperor Jinwu and the Emperor Jinwu with his eyes closed gradually turned into fine sand from his feet, and the last breeze passed, and the two figures disappeared into the 8 cities behind the ancient sky. Until 9 days ago, only the fierce howling wind remained. After a long time, Jian Wushuang's tense heart completely relaxed and exhaled a long breath. Is this the ultimate horror in the universe? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that although the Supreme was terrifying, it was not so terrifying, such as the Black Eagle Supreme of the Universe Temple he met before, the White Floating Supreme of the Taishu Temple, etc., although he was far from the opponent. But not so much as it is now. Just a look is enough to make him tremble. This is the first time he has faced the Supreme in the universe. The sense of oppression and suffocation that came from the depths of his soul has made him look up at the endless sky when he was young. That feeling, I was so small. Moreover, the flame figure just now is not the real Jinwu Emperor. It is just a mark of the divine power left by the Emperor Jinwu. How terrible is the true King Jinwu? Jian Wushuang did not dare to think further. At this moment, in the solar star field, which is extremely far away from the depths of the universe, this is the habitat of the Panyu of the Jinwu tribe. 9 gigantic fireballs are arranged in the shape of 9 stars in a row, forming an aperture, forming a star-shaped moon. Among the 9 fireballs, a round is hundreds of times larger than the 9 fireballs. This sun is so large that it can't be described in words. The usual stars are so small as dust in front of the sun. The flares emitted by them will illuminate dozens of star fields all around the sky grunt. On the sun in the center, There are countless hot melts flowing and tumbling, and huge bubbles are emitted, making a terrible burning sound. Whenever the bubbles burst, they are splashed with countless fire. And this magic fire, just a random cluster, can kill the ultimate master. Father, what's wrong with him? At this moment, a 3-foot-long Jinwoo, flying from one of the 9 small suns, fluttered to the huge sun in the center and asked respectfully, "I don't care about you. Don't ask. Don't ask." A deep and majestic voice came from the depths of the central sun. The 3-footed Jinwoo heard a word and immediately trembled, daring to ask more, and quickly resigned. Deep in the sun, in the endless melt, a pair of huge scarlet eyes opened suddenly. This ancient Shinkong road is somewhat interesting. Well, the breath I felt before, the little guy who was exiled by the dragons, seems to have gone too. Interesting. With a small laugh, the huge scarlet eyes closed slowly. Emperor Jinwoo fell into a long sleep again. With his eyes closed, the Emperor Jinwoo, who had fallen into a coma, rose slowly from the depths of the melt. His slack and wrinkled skin, nourished by this melt, began to repair gradually, and the dissipated divine power also recovered at an amazing speed. Next moment, Emperor Jinwoo's eyes opened sharply, and he stepped heavily, rising from the molten sky. "Blood sword, how dare you kill this prince? This prince will kill you." A fierce roar suddenly exploded in the solar star field. Chapter 4276, Second War. Shinkong Ancient Road. In the 16th city, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the void, quietly restoring the power and repairing the body. Some of the ultimate masters who came before heard the news, one after another, and looked at Jian Wushuang with complex eyes. Although they have not witnessed the battle between Jian Wushuang and the 4 invincible masters, such as King Jinwoo, they have been paying attention to them secretly. They thought that the 4 invincible masters shot. Even if the giants came in person, they could not escape, but did not expect that Jian Wushuang could fight back and reverse the victory. Use your own strength to turn the tide and kill the 4 invincible masters. What a horrible combat power! Leaders of Shaking the Mountain and leader of the Cold Wind also watched Jian Wushuang from afar. Their eyes were no longer shock and horror, but deep awe. Others only know that Jian Wushuang's combat power is unparalleled in the world, with 1 enemy in 4, but they don't know that Jian Wushuang is now dominated by the 5th rank. Use the power of the 5th level to dominate the 4 invincible masters. These deeds have been unheard of since ancient times, and I am afraid that there will be no ancients before, and no one will come later. There is great terror in this person. The leader of Shaoshan muttered to himself. There are many more staring at Jian Wushuang. After this battle, the blood sword will seal the war in one battle and make the universe famous. Since then, the pattern of the 8 cities behind the ancient starry sky will be changed by the blood sword alone, and he will become the 10th giant to be promoted to the latter 8 cities. Universal, the blood sword seals the gods. Blood sword, ascend to the throne of the ancient road giant. Countless people secretly marveled. Just as the crowd was boiling, suddenly a very dissonant, low laughter sounded from the outermost part of the crowd. Well, it's so lively. Immediately, I saw a weird man with a waist on his back, barbs on his back, and a sandalwood box in his arms. This person is a prisoner. Where's the man? This man walked rampantly and was rude. Where's the kid? Go away. An almost invincible ultimate dominates his eyes with a frown, and his face flashes with dissatisfaction. He stretches out his hand and grabs at the prison dragon, trying to pull him to the back. He hasn't waited for his hand to touch the prison dragon. Get away! The prisoner took a photo with the palm of his hand, directly slapped the ultimate master of near invincible level, slap to fly 1,000 feet away, and fell directly from the air, like a cannonball smashed into the emperor fiercely, raising the sky and dust. Everyone looked at this scene, and suddenly their throats rolled, and they swallowed, and they did not dare to squeak anymore. In this way, the prison dragon stepped out of the crowd step by step, raised his head to look at the sword unparalleled sitting cross-legged on the void. He first took out a black mirror from his waist and looked at it as if verifying his identity. He immediately looked up at Jian Wushuang and giggled. "Blood sword, finally found you." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His slightly closed eyes slowly opened and frowned. "You have something to do with me?" The prisoner smiled strangely and whispered, "Nothing. I just want to find something for you." "Let me borrow something?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "What to borrow?" Prison Dragon didn't rush to reply, but struck the void with his right foot, and the whole man rose into the sky, stretched out his hand, and patted the sword. He smiled lowly. "Let's use the item on your head." Boom! The prisoner's big hand has not been photographed yet. The barbs growing behind him have turned into countless black chains, taking the lead in violently blasting towards Jian Wushuang. These barbs are extremely fast, almost like countless artillery shells, pulling up a fierce sound boom in the air. "Okay." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know who the man was and why he suddenly shot at him, the subconscious combat experience instantly made him step back, and his appearance flashed behind him. 100 feet. "It's fast." The prisoner whispered a laugh, and instantly turned into a dark shadow, and swept towards the sword unparalleled again. The dense black chains hovered over his back, and kept bombarding towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows froze. Wu Weiss Divine's sword appeared in his hand for a moment, and moved between them, quickly swinging his sword towards the prisoner dragon. Dang, dang, dang. Jian Wushuang slammed thousands of swords on this black chain instantly, splashing a long string of sparks. "Hey!" Sword Wushuang receded back. His legs pulled out 2 long white marks in the air. What a terrifying power. Jian Wushuang's pupils couldn't help shrinking, looking down, and Hoku was numb for a while. This is nothing. The most important thing is that before the sword warriors and the 4 ultimate masters, forcing the use of the body, and the kingdom of the night was broken, the body is already plagued with holes. At this moment, after fighting, the body was suddenly the tearing pain was extreme. "Not bad. Come again." The prisoner Zhang smirked violently, and in his eyes captured the madness of war, and again slaughtered towards the sword unparalleled. Fuck. Countless black chains, at a faster speed, slammed into the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face sank, and Wu Weiss Excalibur was quickly cut by him. Every time he cut on the chain, Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his body every time this chain hit. It was powerful, extremely hard to sink. Can't go on like this. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression dignified, and said, "Open the sky." In that moment, Kaitian Jianmeng turned into a roaring river and was cut off towards the prisoner dragon. Who kills with such soft power? The prisoner gave a grin and actually reached out and grabbed Kaitian Jianmeng in his hands. Feng Rui's sword exploded and kept slicing on the palm of prison dragon, but he did not even break the defense. Next moment, the prisoner dragon opened his mouth and actually bit the Kaitian Jianmeng into his mouth. Click, click, click. Kaitian Jianmeng was directly chewed by him and swallowed. How is that possible? Jian Wushuang's face turned wild, and there was an incredible color on his face. Blood sword. Next, it's my turn. The prison dragon stretched out its barbed tongue, licked the corner of his mouth cruelly, and then smiled strangely, stretched out his hands to form a hug of heaven and earth. Dragon! God! Cannon! Bang! I saw countless divine powers condensing on his chest, forming a Mori blue light ball compressed to the extreme. The horror of this forest bluish sphere was extremely extreme, and the turbulent divine power spread, and even the void cracked. Next moment, the prisoner's chest was violently slammed. This Mori blue light ball suddenly hit the sword, unparalleled, like a missile. At the moment when this Mori blue light ball appeared, traversed the tracks in the void, turning countless voids into powder. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. His expression was dignified to the extreme. Regardless of the severe pain from the body, he bit his teeth and drank. Cut the star. Chapter 4277. The first is more. The silver sword rainbow reappears in the world, like the water of the sky, and like the dawning thunder, with endless power, chopped off towards the prisoned dragon. Look at it. The blood sword is relying on this sword to kill the descendants of the Dark Lord. Who can stop such a sword? The style of this sword is really like the sword Ling Shi. Countless people marvel, and Jian Xiu's eyes were burning. His face was full of fascination, and he sighed, "Our generation of Xiu, it should be like this." However, only Jian Wushuang knows that now his whole body is full of divine power, and his body is full of scars. If this sword has star power, it is worthy of luck. Today, I'm afraid there will be difficulties. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a bitter smile. Cho Xing and Mori blue light ball collided fiercely. A terrifying explosion came. And then I saw the silver sword rainbow began to collapse and shatter, and finally disappeared completely. And the Nazen blue light ball, just after the light was slightly dim, then hit the sword Muzu again. Puff! A muffled noise came, and he did not wait for Jian Wushuang to react at all. The chest of Jian Wushuang's body was directly penetrated by the Sun Langguang ball, leaving a huge void. Jian Wushuang's face turned pale to the extreme, but it was crumbling and almost fell from the air. His body has been hit harder than ever. The audience instantly turned into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the scene blankly, forgetting to speak for a moment. The last second also carried one enemy four, killing the four invincible swordsmen who dominated the mighty sword. In the next second, he was defeated by this strange man who did not know where to come from. Immediately, they reacted excitedly and glared at the prison dragon. Despicable. Shoot while the blood sword is weakest. Let's kill someone while they're sick. That's a good way. Shameless. A sound of righteous indignation and sarcasm came, and the prisoner dragon shrugged his shoulders indifferently, then spread his hands, glanced at Jian Wushuang obliquely, scornfully. Weak blood sword, you are too weak. After all, the prisoner laughed wildly, then shook his head and said to himself, I don't know what the guy in the iceberg thinks. Is such a garbage worthy of me? Jian Wushuang heard his face expressionless, but his eyes grew colder. He could feel that the power of his body was not enough to repair the scars on the body. Stop talking? Well, it's boring. The prisoner spread his hands, then flashed in shape, and appeared before the sword without double sides. So fast, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk, and he raised his arm arduously, trying to slash Wu weapon sword to resist. However, the prisoner's dragon had been thrown out fiercely like a 9-section giant whip, and the fierce side kicked on the sword wasteless waist. Trash. You should have a trash attitude. This foot was thrown on Jian Wushuang, and the whole person of Jian Wushuang was directly dropped from the top of Zhouzhong Cloud, and he was severely smashed into a mountain rock, and a humanoid giant pit was smashed. Why, it's just an ant that can be crushed to death by hand. Prison Dragon poked his mouth, then slowly descended, and flew towards Jian Wushuang. Deep in the rocks, Jian Wushuang lay on the ground, panting like a drowning man. Pain. Intense pain. Every bone in his body Every inch of skin, every vein seemed to be cracked, causing pain in the heart. The prisoner's foot not only destroyed all the divine power and the body he managed to recover, but also put him into a precarious position. I can fight. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. Although his whole body was hurting as if it were about to fall apart, the coldness and perseverance in his eyes did not decrease by half. The palm of the sword trembled and held the hilt of the sword of Wu Weeping Sword. A trembling support stood up. The prisoner's voice was somber and deep, and it resounded outside the rock. Oh, by the way, Blood Sword, I also prepared a gift for you. You should like it when you come. Call out. A turquoise arm shot violently from the outside of the mountain rock, then grabbed Jian Wush's neck, pulled it back fiercely, and immediately pulled the sword out. The prisoner held his sword Wushuang's neck with 5 fingers and lifted the sword Wushuang's neck. He smiled and said, Blood Sword, when I pass the 10th city, a little guy said that he is yours, and if I dare to come, you're going to die. It's ugly. Guess who is that person? Jian Wushuang heard the words. His face suddenly changed. The next moment, he saw the prisoner dragon flipping his right hand, dragging a black sandalwood box on his palm. The black sandalwood box slowly stretched out, a complexion with an iron complexion and eyes with wide eyes appearing in front of the sword without double sides. However, Master Blood Sword. 2 sounds sounded at the same time. How Emperor glanced up and down Jian Wushuang, then turned his head, looked at Prison Dragon sternly, and roared angrily, What do you monster do to Lord Blood Sword? What did you do? Are you questioning me? Prison Dragon chuckled and continued to say, You are optimistic, you. The Blood Sword Lord who is invincible in your heart is in front of this seat how to ask for mercy. Huh. A violent divine power suddenly surged in the hands of the prisoner dragon, and then saw Jian Wushuang's legs explode. He licked the corner of the bloodthirsty mouth, and Pai Xiao did not smile. Blood Sword, your game is over. I will start your body from the feet, then to the skull, crushing inch by inch. Ha ha ha. Despair, beg for mercy, growl. Jian Wushuang didn't say a word, looked at him coldly. His body began to explode, and then dissipated. Even so, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change half. Master Blood Sword. Seeing this, How Ember dominated the heart-shattering roar and burst into tears. Blood Sword. The leader of the distant mountain shook his face and suddenly wanted to sprint over. However, he hadn't waited for him to take 2 steps. I saw the cold wind leader's body flashing, and he was standing in front of the shaking mountain leader, reaching out to stop him, and coldly yelled, Shake the mountain, recognize your own strength. You rush forward now, not only to help UCA-NT kill Blood Sword. You will only bury your life. Shocking the mountain clenched his fists. His teeth clattered, squeezing out a sentence from his teeth. The cold wind, the Blood Sword is so good that we are in the same camp. Do we just watch him like this? Han Feng heard his face eased a bit and sighed softly. Weak meat and strong food. Strength is respect. The world is like this, and I can't stop it. He shook the commander of the mountain and gasped heavily, panting, and finally roared and turned away and could not bear to see the scene of Jian Wushuang being killed by the prisoner dragon. Chapter 4278. Second War. Master Blood Sword. How Emperor dominated Jian Wushuang with trembling eyes. His eyes were full of self-blame and guilt. If you are stronger and can share a little for the Blood Sword Master, will the Blood Sword Master not be the end? If he hadn't let it go at all, would this weirdo have let go of Blood Sword Master? How Emperor dominated the click of his teeth, and for the first time hated his humble strength. When Jian Wushuang heard the call, a pale smile was forced out of his pale face, and he smiled at the master of How Ember and said, It's not about you. After that, Jian Wu turned his eyes to Prison Dragon and said coldly, Tell me, who are you? I. Prison Dragon held sword Wushuang in one hand, heard the words, and thought for a while, and then smiled and said without a smile, "Well, you're going to die anyway. Then I will tell you my two virtual temple, Prison Dragon, well, Blood Sword, go to death with peace of mind." The prisoner gave a smirk, and countless divine power burst out between his 5 fingers. Infinite gravity! Huh! Suddenly, the power of the heavens and the earth were all mobilized, squeezing toward the sword unparalleled. Under the weight of this heaven and earth, the sword deity's body exploded 1 inch by 1 inch. Finally, in a loud noise, the sword deity double body completely collapsed, turned into countless divine power, and dissipated in the air. In an instant, the audience turned into a dead silence. Died. Countless people watched this scene blankly, shaking their hearts for a while. Even the sword Wushuang, who dominated the 4 invincible swords, was so dead. Everyone looked at each other face to face, all like falling ice cellar, cold all over the body. The leader of Shaking the Mountain is a clenched fist, and his nails sink into the flesh. Of all the people, only However dominated, his face stunned, and he seemed to have found something, flashing a thoughtful look. "Ha ha ha ha, from today onwards, there will only be one voice heard throughout the ancient starry sky, and that is the voice of my prisoner dragon." In the 16th city sky, there was a loud laugh of prisoner dragons. He stepped in the void, his eyes narrowed, and he was full of evil spirits and domineering. Everyone looked up at Prison Dragon, inexplicably trembling. Years passed, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang slashed the 4 invincible masters on the Xingkong ancient road, took down 5 sealed monuments, and then was killed by the prisoner dragon, and gradually spread out from the Xingkong ancient road. In a short time, the entire universe shook forever. With the 5th level dominance as the master, the 4 invincible dominators were beheaded. These deeds are enough to shine through the ages and shock the times. The name of the Blood Sword is the first time that the universe is truly famous. There are even more people who call the sword unparalleled and become the first day of the universe. However, with the fall of Jian Wushuang, more people sighed. If the Blood Sword is immortal, it will have an impact on the Supreme. It's a pity that I have waited for so long for the universe to come out of such a demon proud. Whether or not the Blood Sword falls, he is enough to record entering the annals of history. Yes, there should be a place for Blood Sword in the list of eternal heavens. Countless people lamented. And with the news of Jian Wushuang falling, the farther and farther, the Shrine of Life shook. The Temple of Life, inside the Supreme Temple. Bloodwave Supreme was sitting on a big chair. His face was gloomy to the extreme. He had just gone to investigate, and the lamp of life left by Jian Wushuang had gone out. Huh! With the palm of his hand, he smashed the armrest of the large chair directly, with a gloomy expression. Check! Check this seat. This seat must know what is the identity of the prisoner dragon who killed the sword unparalleled. Yes, several people in black knelt at the foot of Supreme Bloodwave. When he heard the words, his heart trembled immediately. He knew that the Supreme Bloodwave was really angry, and his congratulations should be immediately followed by a step and disappeared into the Supreme Temple. After doing all this, the frost on Bloodwave Supreme's face still hasn't been reduced by a small amount, and the murderous flash in his eyes. The giant axe sat next to him with the same ugly expression. Jian Wushuang can be said to carry the hope and optimism of the two of them. They are the people who will be on an equal footing with them in the future, and even command the people of the Temple of Life. Hearing the words of Supreme Bloodwave, this time Greytax Supreme is not refuting anything. Although he is not good at words, it does not mean that he has less love for sword unparalleled. As long as they are fighting, frankly, they allow Jian Wushuang to defeat or even die on the ancient road in the sky. This is nothing, but they will never allow anyone to sneak in on Jian Wushuang while they are in danger. Once this seed is known, who is behind the prisoner dragon, then no matter who it is, I have to pay him. The blood wave. Supreme Mori opened his mouth, and his eyes were icy and cold. Extreme anger, thousands of corpses. He wants to let the people behind the prison dragon know the price of annoying a Supreme. The Supreme Axe is raising his head, and there is an icy killing in his eyes. Their shrine of life has been dormant for dozens of times. It seems that it is time to tell everyone in the world. All disciples of life, shrine, should not be disgraced. The Taishu Temple, which has no light all year round, is shrouded in shadow. Under a black minaret, the Lord of the Ice Palace, who has been promoted to be the contemporary emperor of the Taishu Temple, stands quietly in front of the window, standing with his hands on his face, neither happy nor sad on his face, and no emotions can be seen. Outside the window, countless lightnings intertwined, countless thunders blew, and the white light shone on the face of the owner of Bingyu Hall, holding a copy incoming news. The content of the newsletter is simple. After the blood sword slashed the four invincible masters, it was subsequently killed by the prison dragon. Su'er, Jian Wushuang is dead. Your vengeance is a reward, so rest in peace. The Lord of the Ice Hall murmured to himself, then turned around and walked towards the dark place of the black minaret. The text message in his hand fell, and then a blaze of fire spontaneously ignited and burned it at the same time. Deep in the extreme starry sky ancient road, King Jiujia sat on a mountain with his eyes closed. His white hair was slightly shaken by the wind, and his white clothes were dyed red by the blood of the supreme god. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The ancient and indifferent eyes seemed to cross the starry sky and look into the unknown distance. In his hand, he holds a recent cosmic newsletter. Died. He looked down at the newsletter in his hand, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, and a divine power poured out in his hand, directly squeezing the newsletter into cosmic powder and dispersed with the wind. He's the one who won this seat. How could he die there? He took a deep breath and shook his head disdainfully. He is still waiting for Jian Wushuang to break through the Supreme and fight with him, and he is still looking forward to the two meeting again at the cosmic race. He would never allow it. Swordless died. Between heaven and earth, there was a return to silence. After a long time, a faint murmur came again. Jian Wushuang, if you are really dead, then the prisoner will kill you, and I will slaughter his entire family for you. The sound is very light, but it's cold. Chapter 4279. The first is more. That day, after the news of Jian Wushuang's death came out, the major forces in the depths of the universe have heard news. In the solar star field, it was even said that Emperor Jinwu was happy to laugh extremely. Ha ha ha. Blood sword. One newspaper at a time. You kill me, naturally someone will kill you. Just hateful. This emperor cannot take off your skull with your own hands. I saw Emperor Jinwu's body repaired from the sun. His body was wrapped in flames, and Huang Huang was like of heaven. His handsome face was full of resentment and pleasure. Just in the whole universe, when the sword died without twins, the wind and the storm surged. There is a trace of divine power in the supreme starry ancient road, but it is wandering aimlessly. This divine power is truly a sword unparalleled. That day in 16 City, Jian Wushuang's divine power was nearly exhausted, and the deity was pinched by the prisoner dragon. If it were anyone else, I was afraid that it would really die. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang is the perfect chaotic life. At that critical juncture, Jian Wushuang made an instant decision and finally used the second awakening supernatural power to decompose the power decomposition of the divine power was not a terrible killing move, but it was the sword with no hands underneath, and the last gold medal for death. It can decompose sword wuxuang into the most primitive divine power particles and attach to anything. As long as there is a trace of divine power, Jian Wuxuang will not die, but the life lamp in the Palace of Life is directly broken. Jian Wuxuang finally used this talented supernatural power to absorb the Tai Luo divine sword and Qianquan ring into the divine power. Finally, under the explosion, numerous divine powers were scattered, and a trace of it was blasted away towards the distance. However, for some reason, 100 years have passed, and Jian Wuxuang did not wake up but was turbulent and constantly wandering in the void. As time goes by, he constantly floats in the void like a rootless duckweed, rolling along with the tide and like a lost child, unable to find the direction of home. No one found him, and Jian Wuxuang floated in the 16th city for 100 years. He followed the wind across countless mountains and rivers, across many battlefields, and witnessed one kill after another. He is like one of the most lonely passers in the world, seeing the ebb and flow, seeing the rise and fall of life and death. Finally, he left the 16th city floating. In the midst of it, there seemed to be something guiding him, drifting towards a place. 15th city, 14th city, 13th city. 500 years later, Jian Wuxuang still hasn't awoke. He floats up and down in the void and floats across several cities. He didn't know where he was going, but just followed the instructions in the deep and drifted farther away. At last, he returned to the 10th city. After arriving in the 10th city, the guidance became stronger. He floated and came to the refining tower again. Hundreds of years have passed, and the refining tower has not changed. Many ultimate dominators surround the refining tower, and their faces are full of eagerness, hoping that they can make a good ranking in the refining tower. But at this moment, no one noticed that a divine power was passing by them, and then slammed into the pagoda of refining God. This time re-entering the Tower of Refined Gods, perhaps because Jian Wuxuang once broke through the tower and was not blocked. He went straight through the first 7 floors to the 8th floor. Refining God Tower, 8th floor. This is also the last layer of Jian Wuxuang's breakthrough. Here, he met a sword warrior exactly the same as him, perfectly copying all his sword powers. In the end, the sword warrior used all his powers to kill him. And when he came to the 9th floor, he had no time to look at the future, and felt that a great force came out and expelled him directly. Rumble! I saw the empty space on the 8th floor of the Refining God Tower. The space continued to tear, and a dark vortex black hole emerged. An invisible force, taken from a black hole, seemed to be calling Jian Wuxuang into it. Next moment, the magical power of the sword warriors turned straight into 10th City. The owner of the 10th City, the starry sky ancient road, guards the ambassador of the Ambassador Blue in a fortress. A slender figure wearing a blue suit, face covered with a veil, was sitting quietly on a futon cross-legged. Suddenly, the image sensed something, and long eyelashes jumped. Immediately, a pair of beautiful eyes opened slowly, flashing a fascination. Sure enough, back, there was a chuckle under Lord Land's veil, and then she stood up and walked towards the outside of the room. Alas! The door of the compartment opened automatically, and a respectful cry came out. "Ill wait, welcome to Lord Lawn. Ill wait, welcome to Lord Lawn." Blue, Lord nodded slightly when he heard the words, and said lightly, "Come here, arrange all the news in the recent ancient sky, and then give it to this seat." "Yes." Many of the armored guards dispersed. Lord Lawn stood with his hands in his hands, and his eyes flashed a moment of thought, and then he flew into the fortress and fled towards the refining tower. The 9th floor of the Refining God Tower, after a faint twist of the magic power transformed by the sword unparalleled it became the sword unparalleled. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had fallen into consciousness, suddenly woke up. "Me, swordsman!" Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a sharpness in his eyes. Immediately, he looked around, his expression suddenly shocked. "Here is." Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted, and there was an incredible color on his face. I saw that there was a chaotic void around it, and the sky and the earth were all dark and dim, like the beginning of chaos, the splitting of yin and yang. And when the universe was born, innumerable channels of the most primitive rule of origin force swept through the air. Storms and thunderstorms, the sky of the earth, kendo, kendo. The rules here are endless, and they are the most pure and ancient rule powers in the world, born at the beginning of the universe. These most primitive and pure rule powers, like Wang Yang, are so rich that they enclose swordsmanship in them. It's just a pity that these original forces can be seen and felt, but they seem to be blocked by a force, and the sword can't absorb the slightest. What happened? Jian Wu's eyes flashed his thoughts and looked towards the void. I saw that in the void, countless Tao rules of origin condensed into 2 words. Viewing the mind. Viewing mind. Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, and Ningxin looked towards these 2 words. His eyes gradually became contemplative. "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang thought to himself, thoughtfully, then sat down cross-legged and began to quietly realize. The biggest creation in a refining tower begins. Chapter 4280, Second More. The 9th floor of the refining God tower is full of original rules. The concentration of regular breath here far exceeds that of any place in the ancient road of Shinkong. Even the Wudao River in the Temple of Life cannot be compared with it. Jian Wushuang sat quietly sitting cross-legged, staring at the word viewing heart, his eyes flashing with thought. If I guess correctly, the test of the 9th floor should be to comprehend the word viewing heart. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself and began to carefully review each level of the God of Purification Tower he had crossed. He remembered that the 1st floor of the Refining God Tower was the Yuan Eater. When slaughtering the Yuan Eater, he used the Wu Weeping Sword to crush it. The 2nd layer is the Bandaged Swordsman. By this time, although Sword Wushuang is still the most common sword skill, the magic power, and the origin of Kendo are far higher than the 1st layer. Subsequently, the Headless Leader on the 3rd layer, the Swordsman on the 4th layer, the Ancient Swordsman on the 5th layer, and the Fei Hong on the 6th layer will. Many waiting to defeat Fei Hong Xinjiang. In addition to those few killers, whole cards, other magical powers, he has exhausted all efforts. Every time he broke through the level, Jian Wushuang felt that he had used the aftermath of magical powers and some divine powers, which were absorbed by the void in the refining tower. Up to the 7th floor, a sword warrior like him appeared. This simulation body can accurately use every magical power he used in the first few layers. Sword unparalleled used all-around skills, and finally used the sword Yong Yi before defeating it. Then comes the 8th floor. There is no longer any opponent on the 8th floor, but a sword stone. There was a sword mark on that sword stone, and I do know who left it. Even with the sword talent of Jian Wushuang, who was amazing, it took nearly a minute to realize the true meaning of it. In the end, Jian Wushuang came to the 9th floor, and before seeing anything, he felt dark and was expelled by a huge force, as if the heaven and earth could not fit him, and was out of step with him. Until this time, Jian Wushuang turned into the most original divine power. Only an ignorant entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Refining Gods that no one has ever set foot on. Perhaps from the beginning, this Tower of Refining Gods was not a place for trials, but a gift from Shinkong Ancient Road. The so-called trials were just to decide the distribution of different gifts according to the different ways of each person. Jian Wu's eyes blinked, and he bowed his head and said to himself, It's just a gift. Only those who climb to the top of the tower to refine the tower are eligible to receive it. So, that said, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. His gaze was directed at the word Guanxin, and Shin said, "As long as I understand the word Guanxin, I can devour all the rules of origin here. And once I devour it, the rules of origin are enough to push me to the ultimate level, even higher." Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to meditate silently. Watch the heart of these two words if you can't guess badly. Then the focus should be on the word heart. Heart, what is it? Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. The heart should refer to the original heart, the deepest one in the heart, the Tao that was advocated at the beginning. Gradually, Jian Wushuang's thoughts were empty, as if returning to the ancient world, back to the Tianzong dynasty, back to Jianhou House, Bahui County, Tianlihang Province. There, it was where Kendo began in his life. There, it was the first time he clenched the hilt of his sword when he was young. That was his initial intention when practicing sword. Jian Wushuang began to look for it, the original heart that had long been forgotten by himself and did not know where it was going. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. Jian Wushuang is still immersed in the search for the initial heart and is caught in the deepest level of understanding. And the outside world has changed a lot. The biggest change in the Shinkong Ancient Road is that the prisoner dragon continuously challenged the 8 giants, winning 8 battles and winning 8. After reaching the Shinkong Ancient Road, he was the first person in 8 cities and crowned the new king. Shinkong Ancient Road, the 18th city, is also the last city of Shinkong Ancient Road. A grand ceremony for the crowning of a new king is beginning. The prison dragon sits on a throne. Except for the Lord Blue, the other 8 giants are sitting under him, some with flattering expressions, some with expressionless faces, and others with overcast faces. Sunny, the overlord, is also in it, but at this moment there is still a bit of overbearing majesty on his face, and the Een is extremely extreme, and he keeps his head down and says nothing. Last time, the two played against each other in Overlord's shrine and ended with his defeat. Under the strange power of the prisoner dragon, his indestructible domineering body that repressed the heavens was actually suppressed and died, and he was not the opponent of the prisoner dragon at all. In the end, I had to inform Jian Wushuang's whereabouts, and after the prisoner dragon destroyed his Overlord's shrine, he left with a big wave. You guys don't hide it. This time it is difficult for everyone to hold the new king's coronation ceremony. Otherwise, with this modest and low-key personality, where would you like this extravagance? The prison dragon tilted his head, supported the throne with his right elbow, supported his chin on the back of his hand, and said with a smile, "The expressionless giants, such as Bawang, the chief of the Molu tribe, and the Jiuxing Shengzi heard the words, all of which were drawn from the corner of their mouths. They have seen it. How shameless this prisoner is." But they were silent and did not say anything. They knew that the prison dragon suddenly summoned them up, naturally not for the purpose of witnessing his ascension to the throne. So simple, there must be some plans. The young emperor of the great divine kingdom, the young prince who greatly enshrines the kingdom of God, the blood of the blood temple, and the demon lord of the red sun, all have a coquettish face, and when they heard it, they laughed quickly. Naturally, the strong ones live here, and the prisoner dragon is superior in strength, so he should have sat on this throne. These people announced that they had taken refuge in prison dragons long after they lost the 8 giants in a row. Upon hearing this, Prison Dragon laughed and said, "4 of you are still sensible." After finishing speaking, Prison Dragon turned his eyes and looked at the Overlord and others and smiled vaguely. "You guys, are you ready for the new king this time?" The tyrants, Prince Molu and Jiuxing Shengzi, all heard their eyes narrowed. They knew that the prisoner dragon was trying to see the poor, and he was archaic. It is a superb magic medicine, which is enough to increase the strength of magic power by 30%. Before he finished speaking, I saw the prisoner's head slowly raised his head. His face interrupted coldly. Superb magic medicine? Are you fooling with this seat? And then taking the garbage? Jiao Shengzi heard the words. His face suddenly felt ugly, forcibly depressed his heart, and asked, "Dare to ask Master Prisoner, what do you want?" Prison Dragon smiled. He glanced at the faces of the three sons of Jiuxing, Shengzi, Ba Wang, and Ma Luo, and licked the corners of his mouth cruelly. "This seat wants all the monuments on you." Chapter 42, 81. The first is more. What? Jiao Shengzi, Overlord, and others heard that their faces changed suddenly. Sealing the steel is their sole purpose of coming to Shinkong Ancient Road. To seal the steel, they paid too much. Now handing over the function tablet is not the same as the operation of the ancient road in Shinkong over the years. This prison dragon has such a big appetite. Master Prisoner Dragon, forgive me for not being able to surrender the function monument. Jiao Shengzi pressed down the anger in his heart and arched back. "Oh, then you just don't give his face to this seat?" Prison Dragon twisted his neck and made a kakaka sound. The great prince and young emperor, who stood on his sides, suddenly took a cold light in his eyes. I felt a blast of coldness and rushed at them. The Jiuxing Shengzi, Overlord, and the chief of the demon Lord Luo changed their faces, and the most irritable demon, Lord of the Demon Lord, when they shot the case in front of them, stared at the prisoner with a dead eye and said, "Prisoner, you don't go too far, it's up." The two Jiuxing Shengzi and the Overlord also got up and stood up, standing behind the patriarch of Moroshao, exuding their own coercion. When the prisoner saw this, the smile on his face gradually converged, and he said indifferently, "How about too much, but not too much?" The words fell. Prison Dragon shot violently, a chain blazing from his back, and flung it towards the neck of the chief of the Luo family. Good job. The Devil Luo tribe burst into a drink, and the sturdy tree-like arms blasted out instantly, carrying the horrific force and banging towards this chain. The demon's Luo family only repaired magical powers, born with divine power, and their horror was extremely extreme. I saw this punch blow out, and the smashing void suddenly shook. This fist is enough to capsize the mountains and the sea, and the earth splits. Huh! I saw the clash of the two, and gave out a huge bang, and the horrible fist force broke the chain of chains. The prisoner licked the corner of his mouth and made a hissing sound. After waiting for the fist of the Mo Luo tribe to exhaust his strength, hundreds of chains had floated behind him and blasted at him again. Just when the two were about to start a world-fighting war, the Nine-Star Prince immediately said, "Moro, don't be reckless. I will not retreat before being a prisoner of dragons." Looking at the hundreds of chains that came crashing, Moro's face was cloudy for a while, and he knew that the prison dragon had not yet really shot. He groaned and yelled again, using the power of Moro to blast these chains again. After shattering, he stepped harder and swept away. The king of overlords and Jiuxing Shengzi were equally ashamed. Each performed a secret technique and left in an instant, watching the disappearance of the three people, the big prince, and the blood sun standing on both sides of the prison dragon were about to chase them, and then saw the prison dragon waving his hand, and said lazily, "Let them go. Anyway, now they are far from the universe. There will be tens of thousands of years for the grand clan event. If they all die, who will bring fun to this seat?" Yes, the granddaughter of the grandma, and others laughed. The prisoner dragon looked up and looked at the overlord and other people who had turned into small black spots in the sky, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. At the same time, outside the ancient sky and the sky, because of the death of Jian Wushuang, the whole universe has been surging. Life Shrine, Supreme Shrine. The Supreme Master Shebwa and the great axe sat in the main seat, and several men in black who were in charge of inquiring about the news of the prisoner dragon had returned, kneeling respectfully at the feet of the two. Returned to the Supreme Bloodwave Supreme, the great axe Supreme, I have found the news about the prisoner dragon. Huh? Let's talk in detail. The Bloodwave Supreme and the great axe looked at each other, and there was a cold flash in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Yes." These men in black bowed their heads and narrated quickly, after a scent of incense. A few people in black turned into black shadows, and then left the Supreme Temple. In the Supreme Shrine, it became a quiet place, leaving only the Bloodwave Supreme fingertips hitting the handrails, and the sound of tuck, tuck, tuck was made. Bloodwave, if the prison dragon is really like the Shadow Guard said, it was the dragon who had been stripped of the supreme divine realm because of the failure to occupy the position in the dragon, then it will be a bit difficult. You also do know, dragon according to the rules of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan can only be killed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise the person created such a sin in the Taishu Temple, and the Emperor of the Taishu Temple could not just suppress him, but not kill him. Dead. Great Axe frowned and said, Bloodwave Supreme heard no expression on his face and said indifferently, "What about the dragons?" He has been expelled because he put down his taboos on the dragons. He has not belonged to the dragons long ago. Now, he is just a funeral dog. After a long pause, Bloodwave Supreme continued. Furthermore, the Shinkong Ancient Road incident was not planned by the dragons, and the owner had a debt and a debtor. What this one is looking for is not a dragon, but it is just a temple. After hearing the words and thinking for a long time, Supreme Master Axe passed a moment of determination in his eyes and laughed heartily. Well, this seat is for the sword unparalleled. Why not go crazy last time? What he said is difficult, not impossible. Hit him with a huge axe, never a person who is afraid. Sun Shiwebwa Supreme laughed, and for years he and this old friend have not fought side by side. I'm afraid this time the two will fight again. Okay, then he'll go to the Taishu Temple now and discuss justice for Wushuang. Bloodwave Supreme laughed loudly, stood up, and left the Temple of Life. The giant axe's eyes narrowed, and a wave of killing began to condense, and he also stood up. Just as the two were about to step out of the Temple of Life, a disciple of the Temple of Life came quickly. "Two adults, please stay away, and Supreme Lord has something to let the younger bring them to two." Blood Supreme and Axe Supreme frowned, and heard that Supreme had to stop them? "What's the matter?" Bloodwave Supreme said, lightly. The Life Shrine disciple quickly said, "Two adults," Supreme Gav said, "You do stop you from leaving the Life Shrine this time, but you do just ask what you want to do, but you must not use the banner of Life Shrine. What you do is all your personal inclinations and has nothing to do with the Temple of Life." Bloodwave Supreme and Giant Axe Supreme heard the words and could not help but smile at each other. What does it mean? They naturally understand. It is good. The two nodded their heads. Blood Supreme seemed to remember again, and instructed, "Yes, the thing about Jian Wushuang's death is still the same as before. He must not be revealed to his acolyte." "News, do you understand?" "Yes." The disciple of the Shrine of Life shook his hands and replied. Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme no longer hesitate. Looking up to the sky, under the body, has appeared thousands of miles away. The Temple of Life, the temple where the Supreme Lord is located. The Supreme cover sat on an Inyang futon cross-legged, surrounded by several exquisite incense burners. A smoky smoke of innocence rising from the incense burner, spreading out into the mist. "Little guy, there is only so much I can do for you." There was a rustling voice coming out of his mouth. Chapter 4282, Second More. The years continue to flow, and the 5,000-year period will soon elapse. With the Supreme and the giant axe killing the Taishu Temple, the entire universe was full of smoke for a while. In Xingkong Ancient Road, the 10th city, the 9th floor of the refining tower, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the chaotic void. His eyes closed slightly, his brows frowned. At this moment, he didn't know where he was now or how long it had passed. He only knew that he had fallen into the long river of years, and a reflection of hundreds of thousands of years of life began. He was searching in the long river of these years, and he had long lost his original heart. Why do you practice yourself? Why practice sword? Jian Wushuang wanted Zheng Jin to tell him an answer. In the years, he saw his young sword battle, saw his spirit, saw his own Jedi's counterattack, and saw himself going through ups and downs. Until a long time passed, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes suddenly, like a dragon waking up in deep sleep, like a lightning flash across the night. Jian Wu's eyes shot 3 inches of mansions violently. Chuxin, he found it. His original intention was reverse. Even facing the endless darkness, you can split it with a sword and see the fearlessness of the light again. Even if the sky wants to press him, he will split the sky, and even if the ground is to stop him, he will break the ground and treat him as death. Even if deep in the swamp, you must go forward with a heavy load, clenching your teeth, and never give up. This is his sword unparalleled in verse. Just this inverse, with the continuous improvement of Jian Wushuang's strength, the constant fame of the world. It made Jian Wushuang missing. However, it has never been far away, just stored in the place where Jian Wushuang forgot, and quietly waiting for the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang finally found it back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, then looked up at the word Guanxin. The word Guanxin is broken. Suddenly, the numerous original rules on the 9th floor, like the rising tide, surged toward the endless waves of swords. Under the strong original rules, Jian Wushuang's broken body, fast recovery, exhausted divine power, also became full at a very fast speed. Jian Wushuang quietly absorbed these most primitive rules of breath and began to impact towards the ultimate dominating realm. He believes that once he breaks through to the ultimate dominating realm and exits the customs again, he will be shocked. As Jian Wushuang began to impact the ultimate realm, in the universe, a great battle between the Supremes burst out. The Supreme of Bloodwave and the great axe of the two entered the Taishu Temple directly. Extreme power, no one can stop it. What's more, the Supreme of the Bloodwave and the Supreme of the Great Axe are the top extremes in the universe. When the two shot, they swept the invincible and flattened the 2 virtual star field in general, in addition to the Ice Temple Supreme, and the main halls of the leading temples in the Supreme Star Road. The other 4 halls, the Lord shot everything, strangling the Bloodwave Supreme and the Great Axe Supreme. This battle was so earth-shattering that countless stars and galaxies were smashed and countless starfields were ground. The starry sky around the entire Taishu starfield was even more fragmented. I do know how many disciples in the Temple of the Xian were tragically dead in the blood. Extreme Axe Hand. This battle lasted for several years and ended with the defeat of the 4 main halls. When this news came out, the entire universe was horrified and stunned. At this time, everyone came to realize that they were silent for dozens of Chaos-era life shrines. Once they were angry, what a horror! At this moment, the gate of the Temple of Life. The Bloodwave Supreme was expressionless, his clothes were stained with supreme god blood, his hair was flying slightly, and countless disciples of the Taishu Temple were watching from afar, all shivering. The Supreme Axe is transformed into a giant, an axe-bearing giant, like an ancient who opened up the world, a horrifying atmosphere that can shake 9 heavens and 10 places, crush the eternal world, and radiate from his body. The masters of the four halls suffered injuries and stayed outside the Taishu temple. Their faces were ugly. Blood wave, giant axe, in order to make a sword unparalleled. Do you too want to start a war between Taishu temple and Life temple? A silver-haired boy strode from the temple of Taishu with a pale complexion and cold eyes, in his eyes enough to freeze the stars. It is Bingyu Supreme. Bingyu, when you sent a prisoner dragon to kill my temple disciple's sword, unparalleled, did you ever think of waging war? Bloodwave Supreme saw Bingyu Supreme coming out. His face was not moved, and his indifferent hand was indifferent. Said, Bingyu Supreme heard a sneer, and replied, "This seat is nothing but the way of treating its own. In the ruins of Tai Luo, Jian Wushuang can kill his disciples. Now, this seat can naturally send someone to kill him. Is this the only sword in the world that kills this person? And the reason why this person cannot kill him? It is ridiculous." Bloodwave Supreme squinted his eyes, looked at him lightly, and frowned. "What's the matter?" "You." Bingyu Supreme replied with an instant anti-smiling smile. "Blood, don't bully people too much." Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, and then faintly replied, "This seat, I'm just lying to you today, what?" Bingyu Supreme heard the words and immediately laughed. "What a bully me!" With a smile, he suddenly looked down at Bloodwave Extreme, his eyes cold to the extreme. "Bloodwave, it seems that there is only one battle." The voice fell down, a shocking horror breath erupted, centered on Bingyu Supreme. This breath is so powerful that if he stretches out his hand, he can pinch the sky, and if he steps on it, he can break the universe. Extreme power, so scary. Okay, I heard that you are now the new emperor of the Taishu temple. I just want to see how strong your new emperor is. Bloodwave Supreme said, faintly, "Come on then." Bingyu Supreme gave a cold drink, and when he stepped on his right foot, he suddenly disappeared outside the Taishu shrine and swept towards a remote part of the universe. Bloodwave Supreme's expression was indifferent, and the same body flashed and chased towards Bingyu Supreme. Both are top of the universe. Once they fight, they will blast all the surrounding stars, so they must find a remote place in the universe. Morocco Supreme. Ice God of Emperor. The faces of the other four main halls changed, and as soon as they wanted to catch up, they saw the giant axe step down, and the horrifying axe passed in front of them with an indifferent expression. This seat is here, and no one must disturb the battle between them. Just when the Supreme of the Blood Waves and the great axe killed the Taishu temple, a similarly eye-catching news came out from the Supreme Starry Road. The King of Nine Robbers killed the two deputy temple masters of the Taishu temple in the Supreme Starry Ancient Road. The deputy of the 7th Hall is Bai Fu. The deputy of the 5th Hall is Young. The entire universe is shocked again. Chapter 42-83. The first is more. Bai Fu, the main deputy of the 7th temple, and Qing Qing, the deputy of the 5th temple. Although they are all ordinary supremes, they broke into the supreme divine realm long before dozens of chaos ages, and their qualifications and background are unpredictable. However, it was these two supremes who were killed by the King of Nine Robbers alone. What a horrible record! You must know how precious the supreme is in the universe. Perhaps there will not be a supreme fall in the chaos period. However, in addition to the former Dingguang Supreme, the Supreme died in the hands of King Nine Calamity has exceeded 3. When this news came out, the universe was horrified at the moment. Countless people were trembling, and they were astonished at the impressive record set by King Nine Calamities. At this moment, inside the Supreme Star Ancient Road, a wilderness plain, King Jiujia with white hair and white shirt with an indifferent expression walked on his own. He knew all the praises from the universe, but his expression did not change much, as if he had done something trivial. No matter the praise in front of people or the satire in the future, in his nearly 100 years of chaos, he has heard too much and has long been out of whack. In his life, He has experienced too many ups and downs. When he was still at the end of the world, Supreme Gava took him from a remote and wild star field back to the Temple of Life, and then detected the perfect chaotic life rare in all ages. The entire temple he applauded and regarded him as the successor to the Palace of Life Shrine. When he was stuck in the ultimate dominating realm of dozens of chaos eras, countless people ridiculed that his potential was over, and the fallen genius, even the Gap Supreme, whom he regarded as a master, could hardly hide his disappointment. In the end, he broke through the supreme divine realm and killed the 3 supremes in succession, which made the universe sensation. His Tao heart has been tempered extremely calm. Call out. When the thoughts of the king of Josai were untied, suddenly an old man wearing a big slapstick, holding a black crutch, and embroidered with the word "too empty" on his back, fell in front of him. King of 9 calamities. The old man looked at him, lightly blocking his way. Okay. King Juja stopped, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the old man with a cane. The Black Owl. This is the high-level supreme master of the Taishu Temple, which is only eligible to be worn. Introduce yourself. The main hall of the 5th temple of the Taishu Temple, south of Xinhai, completed the Supreme Divine, Realm 130 Chaos. The youth you killed is the main hall of this temple. Jinnan Supreme spoke, faintly. Oh, what are you doing to me? King Jujia looked at him and said calmly, Oh, you killed the deputy chief of this seat. What do you think this place is looking for? There was a hint of fun in the eyes of Jinnan Supreme. You want to kill me? Wang Juyan of Jiuzai, Wang gradually evoked the corners of his mouth, evoking a smile that looked like a smile. Yes, but to kill you, for the time being, I have something to ask you first. Jinnan Supreme nodded his head, then shook his head and said, King of the 9 calamities, the whole universe is in chaos today, and the blood and supremacy of your life temple have already killed the Taishu Temple. One thing is that Jian Wushuang died. This one is not difficult to understand. After all, as far as I know, Jian Wushuang is the temple of life that the supreme of blood waves leads to. It can be regarded as the half-disciple of supreme blood waves, and the Great Axe is the ultimate friend of the Bloodwave Supreme. After a pause, Jinnan Supreme looked at King Zhulong's face and said, But what I can't understand is that, as far as I know, you are lonely and indifferent by nature, and your relationship with Jian Wushuang is not very good. The two had a battle on the trial ground of the Life Shrine. The battle ended with your failure and lost all face in the Life Shrine. With your temperament, you will report if you say nothing. Will he make himself enemies for him? Jiu Jiawang heard the words and smiled slightly. You're right, Jian Wushuang. This guy really doesn't like him very much. He is also his biggest opponent ever. When Jinnan Supreme heard this, a doubt appeared on his face, and he said, Then you still... Before he finished speaking, the king of Josai turned to him and calmly said, However, you idiots will not understand. How precious is a real opponent. Oh, you love each other? There was a flash of thought in the eyes of Jinnan Supreme, and then a cruel arc roused at the corner of his mouth, and he turned his head and said, Okay, I already know what I want to know. King 9 calamities, you can kill me 2 temple halls of Taishu Temple Lord. Prepare to die now. Having said that, the crutch in the hands of Jinnan Supreme dropped slightly to the ground. Suddenly, a huge floor plan of the Xinghe River emerged from the place pointed by the extreme crutches of Jinnan. The figure of Jinnan Supreme disappeared slowly. In the sky, countless stars hang. The moon splashes the galaxy, and the sun rises, hanging on both sides of the sky. On the ground, countless mountains and mountains rise up, and the rivers and rivers flow endlessly and are full of vitality. The entire wilderness and plains changed in an instant, creating a world of their own. King of the 9 calamities, You are optimistic. This is the supreme divine art of this seat. Here, this seat is heaven. This seat wants you to die. You cannot live. This seat wants you to live. You must not die. The supreme words of Jinnan, at the same time, sounded like heaven and earth here, as if at this moment, Jinnan Supreme is the incarnation of heaven and earth in charge of the authority of heaven and earth. Is the art of heaven. King Jiujia raised his head and looked at the sky. Then a sneer appeared on his face. Heaven, I can't help it. I'm the master of this. Boom. One thought. The kingdom of God. A killing has begun. When the king of 9 calamities fell into battle, 3 days had passed in the battle between Supreme Bloodwave and Supreme Bingyu in Taishu Temple. No one knows the outcome of this battle. Everyone is waiting for Bingyu Supreme and Bloodwave Supreme. Who will win? One is the former owner of the first temple of the Taishu Shrine, the newly increased Taishu Emperor. And the other is the supreme chief of the Life Shrine, with ancient qualifications and special life. However, regardless of the outcome of the battle, everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. That is, disciples of Life Shrine should not be insulted. At this moment, a star field far away from the Taishu Temple, Bingyu Extreme stepped on the void, holding a Bingfeng Excalibur. His silver hair and silver eyebrows were stained with frost. Under his feet, countless icy cold spread out, but it turned out to freeze millions of miles of stars. Under the power of this cold, countless stars and the Milky Way were frozen, stopped rotating, and formed a very shocking picture. The Bloodwave Supreme was expressionless, standing against his hands, and a trace of red blood dripped down his body, freezing and melting his feet. Ren air, southwest, northwest wind, I stand still. Chapter 4284. Second more. Blood, what are you trying to do? Really want to fight with this seat? Bingyu Supreme looked dull and coldly spoke. They have been fighting for 3 days. If it comes to attacking power, he is better than the Bloodwave Supreme. Unfortunately, the Bloodwave Supreme is a special life, and the supreme divine power is much stronger than him. How he attacked his blood, he couldn't defeat him. Nowadays, the grand celebration of the universe is about to start, and he is very likely to become one of the children listening to the sermon in the adult seat. He is unwilling to fight with the Supreme Master of Blood. Bloodwave Supreme expressed an indifferent expression. And when Yen said, "What I don't want to do, what I want is nothing more than to recover a fare for the disciples of my life." Fare? Is it possible that you still want this seat and apologize for that sword unparalleled? Bingyu Supreme seemed to have heard a joke, and boundless rushed on his face. However, Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head and replied, "Yes, that's right." Bingyu Supreme heard the words. The smile on his face gradually converged, his eyes froze coldly, and said coldly, "Blood, you are so naive. What is your identity? What is the identity of that sword Wushuang? Buy him, is it worth it?" From the beginning to the end, Bingyu Supreme never thought about it. He will fight against him because of the incomparable sword, regardless of the power situation of the two parties. After all, from his point of view, if he is not a supreme, he will eventually be an ant. A sword is unparalleled, and he will kill if he kills it, which will not affect the overall situation. Bloodwave Supreme shook his head indifferently. He is not worthy, it's not up to you. Also, Blood, don't blame this seat, since you are looking for death. Bingyan Supreme frowned, and could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. Tens of thousands of sharp ice dragons stood up, overwhelming, and screamed towards the Supreme. Countless voids shattered. Bloodwave Supreme saw his eyes narrowed, and a humming sound was heard in his mouth. Countless blood and water condensed at his fingertips, forming a wave of light, and slamming towards that forest ice dragon. Just when the two were about to fight again, two deep and ancient voices sounded in their minds. "You guys, is that enough?" Okay, blood, stop. When this sound sounded, the Blood Wave Supreme and Bingshuan Supreme flashed their eyes. Master God, Gov Supreme. Just because the sword died, without a twin, a storm that swept the entire universe. Starry Sky Ancient Road, inside the 10th City Refining Tower. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough has also reached a critical point. The breath of countless rules of origin has become turbulent and violent, just like the tide of the sea, wave by wave swept towards the sword, unparalleled. The 9th rule gradually formed in his body. Swordless eyes are open, like a whale sucking water, constantly inhaling the original rules. At this moment, if someone is refining the 9th floor of the God Tower, they will find that in the chaotic 9th floor, there is a huge vortex centered on Jian Wushuang. At the center of the vortex, the sword sat cross-legged, a surge of divine power, absorbed by him as much as possible, and then formed the 9th rule in the body. With the formation of the 9th rule, Jian Wushuang's breath became more powerful and horrifying, and gradually moved to a completely new realm. In fact, there is indeed such a person who is quietly watching Jian Wushuang. I saw that outside of the Refining God Tower. Lord Lan stood with his hand in his hands, and the exposed, beautiful eyes were like crossing the Refining God Tower. A picture of Jian Wushuang flashed through the depths of her pupils and was immediately recorded. Her face flashed again, and she murmured, "This is a good seed." Years passed like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye passed. Outside the universe, although the battle between Bingyu Supreme and Bloodwave Supreme has ended, a gap has naturally formed between the Taishu Temple and the Temple of Life. People of the two major forces constantly collided. In the ancient sky, the same situation changes. The 9 giants no longer exist, and now in the ancient road of the starry sky, only the prisoner dragon is left to honor him. Most of the entire 8 cities are ultimately dominated, and most of them are already attached to the prisoner dragon. Only the overlord, the 9-star prince, and the patriarch of the Morrow Master team joined together to defend the prisoner dragon, but the situation was very bad. Like the dog of the bereaved family, the other giants of the prisoner dragon drove the West to the west, struggling. Even when the 3 men joined forces, the situation became precarious. Overlord's 6 commanders die, and vote, leaving only Shaoshan commander and Hanfeng commander, who are still alive. Even Mo Luo, the original Mo Luo Yengu who had fought against Jian Wushuang, had already died in the Huba city and died in the hands of the Emperor of the Sun Kingdom. Just when the 3 of them began to shake their despair, thinking about whether they should also take refuge in the prison dragon. No one knows. In the 10th city of the Refining Tower, ultimately dominate, succeed. The sword Wushuang, wrapped in countless rules of origin, opened his eyes suddenly, and a fascinating world of gods flashed from his eyes. There was a crackling noise in his body, as if becoming a fairy. With the integration of the 9th rule, Jian Wushuang arrived in a perfect state. Regardless of the strength of the divine power or the divine body, Jian Wushuang can feel that it has become unprecedentedly powerful. Compared to the 5th level domination, Jian Wushuang's strength has soared at least 100 times. At this moment, he was far from being able to compete in the 5th series. How strong is it now? Jian Wushuang spread his palms, looked down, and muttered to himself, "I don't know how strong I am now." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and did not rush to leave the 9th floor of the Refining God Tower, but a flash of thought flashed in his eyes. "Now, I have broken through to the ultimate realm. It is better to push here and push the Yong Yi sword art to Shao Cheng's realm, and I can try to master the Terra Excalibur and to understand the 2nd form of the Terra sword." When you think about it, Jian Wushuang flipped his right hand, and the ancient Taro sword code, exuding the ancient flavor, suddenly appeared in front of him. opening the second page of Tai Luo Jian Jian, the introduction of breaking dawn suddenly came to his mind. When night falls and the world is plunged into endless darkness and suffering, the first light that cuts through everything in the deepest darkness. Its name, Dawn Like Dawn. Boom. The world in front of Jian Wushuang has suddenly changed. I saw a beam of golden light radiating from a distance in the dark night. This beam of golden light was initially only the thickness of the hair. By the time the beam of golden light completely arrived, it had become unrivaled, turning it into a golden sky sword, suddenly tearing endless darkness into the night. The whole world is divided into two. Endless light drips, and the world returns to chaos. Chapter 42:85. The first is more. Break of dawn. Cutting off all the evil spirits of the world and darkness is the ultimate invincible killing trick. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Daybreak is considered a variant of Yongyi. If Yongyue is a sword in a country, it is a move that gathers the trapped and killed the enemy as a whole. Then breaking dawn is the strongest killing magical power that gathers all the divine power. If we only talk about pure attack power, the attack power of daybreak is far greater than Yongyi. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, closed the Tai Luo sword code, and continued to develop the Yongye sword trick, trying to push Yongye to Xiaocheng. Years passed, and 5,000 years passed again. Starry sky ancient roads are disturbing one after another, and in the latter 8 cities, the momentum of the prisoner's dragon has become as high as the sky, and no one dares to disobey his orders. Under the suppression of the prisoner dragon, Bawang and others have gradually no respite, so they have to retreat. The overlord, the 9-star prince, and the chief prince of Morwa had no choice but to split their heads so as not to be caught by the captive dragon and wiped out. At the moment, at the entrance to the 11th city, the overlord bleeds blood, panting heavily, staring at the big prince and Qiang demon who came after him. At one time, all 3 of them were expensive as one of the 9 giants in the ancient sky. However, with the rise of the prisoner dragon, the great prince and the lord of the red sun took refuge, and his tyrant became a bereavement dog, and the 2 became the thugs of the prison dragon. The prince and the lord of the red sun had a faint smile on their faces, and they looked at the overlord who was at the end of the road with a smile, and said with a smile, "The overlord, the good bird chooses to live by wood." Now, the prisoner dragon is very powerful. This seat looks at you once. In kind, I would like to remind you that you should hurry up to the Lord His Majesty. This is your only clear way. The overlord's expression was indifferent, and the immortal overlord has been urged to the limit by him, but even so, his breath has slumped to the extreme. If not, the overlord is an extremely strong constitution rare in all ages. I'm afraid he can't hold on, fell in the hands of 2 people. Well, my overlord has stood up to his feet all his life, never succumbed to others, and he is not qualified to submit to this prisoner. The overlord frowned and said proudly, even though his body was full of scars, his waist was still straight, like a long gun that didn't fall. He is a tyrant. He is undefeated in all his life. After suppressing the ancient city of Shinkong, how can he be willing to surrender to others? Stupid clinging. The prince shook his head. His eyes were cold and harsh, and he said, "Since this is the case, then you are ready to go on the road." "Qiang Lord, do it." He dropped, flipped his right hand, and a dragon-patterned jade seal suddenly appeared on his hand, violently suppressed towards the overlord. "Brahma seal, town." This jade seal was overbearing to the extreme. The jade that was under the seal of the jade appeared as if an overwhelming emperor appeared. He condemned the sky, lowered the wrath of thunder, and stormed the world. The Qiang demon also flashed his eyes, pulled his hands together, and a black ball condensed, braving the black magic fire, and pressing down towards the overlord. Both men were the most powerful invincible masters. When they shot, they were suddenly rock-shattered, and the powerful coercion directly cracked the earth. Seeing this, the overlord narrowed his eyes and flashed a dignified meaning. In terms of combat power, he thinks that he is no worse than either of them, even enough to kill either of them, but now his immortal overbearing body has been overwhelmed by long-term pursuit. I'm afraid I can't fight anymore. Huh. Finally, the big prince and the Qiyang demon blasted a trick together and hit the standing position of the overlord again, blasting the trembling of the 11th city. In the 11th city, countless ultimate masters hid in their temples, watching this scene tremblingly. Huh, what about people? The big prince raised a brow and made a frivolous noise. I saw that where the overlord was standing, there was no one, and the overlord's figure disappeared. Big prince, here is the link between the 10th city and the 11th city. It is estimated that the overlord has fled to the 10th city. Qiyang demon said slowly. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes and sneered at the corners of his mouth and said coldly, "Want to escape? Let's chase." Alas, the two stepped on foot and disappeared at the entrance to the 11th city. Inside the entrance to the 10th city passage, puff, the overlord opened his mouth and spit out a spit of blood, his face pale. Just a moment ago, he promptly urged the customs to clear the customs, only to escape the joint killing of the great prince and the Lord of the Red Sun in the near future. However, if this is the case, he is still scratched for a few minutes, and the scars on the indestructible tyrant have become more numerous. Well, if this seat recovers, I will smash these two people down, said the overlord with a dark expression and hate. Among the 9 giants, he was at the forefront of his strength. He could not imagine that the 2 princes and the Lord of the Red Sun, who he dismissed at all, now persecuted him to the field by virtue of the power of prisoners. Can't go on like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will be falling power today. The overlord took a deep breath. His expression gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed a thoughtful color. He knew in his heart that now he wants there are only 2 options for survival. Or it is to return to the prisoner dragon, like the prince and others attached to the prisoner dragon. Either it is to leave the ancient road of the starry sky completely. When the sky is high, the bird will fly, and the sea will be bounded by the fish, and the prince will not chase it out. The first option was directly rejected by the overlord. If he wanted to surrender the prisoner dragon, he would have surrendered long ago, and he would not have reached today. If it was the second option, leaving the ancient sky, he would not be reconciled. Once he left the ancient road of the sky, it means that all his previous achievements were lost, and he will be completely deprived of his qualifications to participate in the grand event of the universe. No, I have a third option. When the overlord was thinking, Yu Guang suddenly saw a pagoda with the shape of Lu in his corner of the eye, and his face was a joy. Right, you can escape to the refining god tower first. Thinking of this, the overlord no longer hesitated and flew towards the refining tower. As soon as the king's forefoot left, the figures of the great prince and the master of the Red Sun gathered at the entrance of the passage. Big prince, where do you say the overlord will flee? Chiang Maju asked with a frown. After hearing the words, the prince narrowed his eyes and immediately pointed his finger at the Lianshan Tower, smiling with a smile. If His Highness guesses well, he should go to the Lianshan Tower. After finishing speaking, the 2 turned into 2 ons immediately and fired towards the refining tower. In the 10th city, many ultimate masters looked up at this scene. Their expressions were shocked. 3 giants visit the 10th city at the same time. Chapter 4286. Second more. Refining God Tower inside the 9th floor. The countless flavors of the original rules that had been strong and turbulent have almost disappeared. There is only a sculpture of black hair and black, like an ancient existence, sitting quietly in the void with a powerful breath, exhaling around him, sweeping in all directions, and chasing the entire chaotic space on the ninth floor. The squealing roar. In 5,000 years, the sword art of Yong Yi has finally been deduced to Xiaocheng's realm. A low voice came from this black-haired black sculpture. The next moment, I saw the sculpture opened my eyes suddenly. A shocking movement. The sharpness reached the extreme gods, flashed through the eyes of this sculpture. He is sword unparalleled. During the nearly 10,000 years in the refining tower, he not only broke Xiao into the ultimate realm, mastered the second form of Tailu sword code-breaking dawn, but also deduced the Yong Yi sword to Xiaocheng realm. Now he is a world with a sword. When a sword falls, the night is coming. And this is far from his biggest promotion. Taro Excalibur. Jian Wushuang looked down and saw in front of his knees a dark golden body full of mysterious runes, and a sword-like Taro sword that was closed tightly at the position of the sword, quietly suspended. Immediately, he stretched out his palm, 5 knuckle fingers, and grasped the hilt of the Taro Excalibur. Suddenly, a sense of painstaking connection surged in Jian Wushuang's mind. And the vertical eyes of the position of the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur opened suddenly. A wicked breath came to the extreme. Taken from this vertical, I saw this vertical eye covered with bloodshot blood like a cobweb, and a dark eyeball turned, filled with a sense of gloom. Although I can only use the real power of the Tai Luo divine sword, it is enough. The sword smiled slightly, and there was a touch of satisfaction in his eyes. The Taro sword, but the Taro Supreme was invincible in the universe, suppressing the peerless soldiers of 9 days and 10 places. From the rank of the grade, far beyond the level of the rule of treasure, reached a level that Jian Wushuang could not understand so far. Even if only a small amount of power can be used, it will surpass all the kendo magical powers of Jian Wushuang. Sword Wushuang's big hand turned over, inserted the Taro Excalibur into the sandalwood sword box behind him, slowly got up and stood up. Click and wipe. His body made a crackling sound like fried beans. "Prison Dragon, don't let me down." A whisper of Morris whisper came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Outside the pagoda, just when the overlord arrived and was about to step into the refining tower. 2 light rays came through the world from a distance. He took the lead and landed at the gate of Lian Shun Pagoda. The light gradually dissipated. The great prince blocked his hand in front of the gate of the refining god, and the corners of his mouth aroused a touch of whisper. And Pai Xiao did not smile. Dignity I Overlord actually fell to the point where he needs to escape into the refining tower to save his life. The Overlord's face changed, and he turned to look behind him. I saw Qiyang Devil expressionless, holding a long black knife in his hand, blocking his way. Seeing this, the Overlord suddenly sinks a heart, and his face becomes ugly. In the 10th city, many ultimate masters looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Creation makes people heroes end. The dignified giant is so powerful that he has even been hunted down. It seems that this starry sky is an ancient road. We can't stay at all. Regarding the accidents in Hochen, they naturally knew that the prison dragons were hunting down those who did not obey him. It really should be a sentence. He who lives with me is born, and those who are against him die. In the last 8 cities, except for those who are subject to the prison dragon, the other ultimate masters have basically been killed. Fortunately, their strength is low, and the prison dragons don't look down on it. However, no one came to trouble them. I don't know if they should be lucky or smile. Let's go and wait for the giants to fight each other. I'm afraid I will be caught in the pond. After sighing by these ultimate masters, they all rose to the sky and planned to leave. The great prince and others saw this scene, but they didn't care. A group of miscellaneous fish, they didn't bother to deal with it. Bawang, grab your hands. The prince turned his eyes and finally locked on the king. A majestic and magnificent momentum, soaring with him as the center, terrifying coercion directly collapsed the temple houses of 10 miles away. Behind the overlord, the Lord of the Red Sun twisted his neck, spreading his coercion, as if an ancient demon had come into the world. Seeing this, the overlord took a deep breath, knowing that he can no longer be good today. Fortunately, he was also a masculine man, and there was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes, and Shen said, "Come on." "Okay, this seat satisfies you." The prince licked the corner of his mouth, and there was a morbid cruelty on his face. Just when he and the Lord of the Red Sun were about to make a move, ready to kill the overlord, suddenly, rumble. As if the sky was falling apart, the entire 10th city, nearly 100,000 miles, shuddered. At this moment, countless grounds are cracking, the sky is constantly changing color, and a gust of wind is whistling. The entire 10th city is like falling into the sea of anger. An extremely powerful coercion came to the world, intimidating in all directions. In the face of this coercion, the coercion of the great prince and the demon of Qiang is just like a mountain stream, facing the ocean, humble and extremely small, far from a level. With just one breath, it is crushed. What happened? The expressions of the great prince and the master of Qiang have changed dramatically. Even the overlord was trembling with expression. He was indestructible, and in the face of this coercion that destroyed the world, he felt like a chick and shivered. Only at the fortress where the 10th city lord master is located, she was closing her eyes and raising her eyes. Open her eyes, a smile appeared on her face, and said softly, "He finally came out." Huh. At this moment, the bronze giant gate of the alchemy pagoda for nearly 10,000 years was closed and shattered. Countless raging, sword-like spirits came out of it. Who is messing? The big prince and the Lord of the Red Sun roared, and quickly urged the divine power to resist this way like a dragon's sword. However, this path was like a dragon's sword, and smashed at them, but it directly smashed them hundreds of feet away, leaving countless channels of sword marks on the ground. For a moment, the great prince and Qiang demon were furious and looked towards the Lianshan Tower. Da-da-da, da-da-da. A dreary footsteps passed from the refining tower. Immediately, they saw a cold young man dressed in black hair and carrying a sword box, stepping out of the dark and deep inside the refining tower. He is. After the cold young man walked out of the dark place of the refining tower completely, the great prince and the Lord of the Red Sun were shaken with an unbelievable look on his face. Even the overlord was stunned, and the whole person was struck by lightning. Swords Warriors. Chapter 42:87. The first is here. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the refining tower, the whole 10th city became quiet. Not only is the prince the master of Qiang, the overlord, etc. dumb, but even many of the ultimate masters who have planned to leave the ancient road of the starry sky, all of them are frightened, and they stare blankly at Jian Wushuang. Next moment, the great prince and others slammed a violent spirit, staring at Jian Wushuang stubbornly. The great prince even shouted, "Impossible! You cannot be alive. I saw with your own eyes that you were shot dead by a captive dragon. How could you be alive? Who are you? Say, who are you?" Wu Jianshuang's expression was indifferent, and when he heard the words lightly looked at him, he calmly said, "Are you unhappy to see me alive?" The squeak of the prince's teeth biting. Speaking, there is still some connection between him and Jian Wushuang. In the ruins of Tai Luo that year, his third brother and third prince died, in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The 23rd prince was killed. Although the big prince was happy in his heart, he made a distressed look outside, and even said that he would take off his sword unparalleled head in order to sacrifice the 3rd prince in the spirit of heaven. Later, Jian Wushuang killed the quartet on the ancient road of the starry sky, and even slashed the 4 invincible masters, such as Jinwu Emperor and Rabbit Buddha. He knew in his heart that he was no longer the opponent of Jian Wushuang, and no longer wanted to take the words of the 3 princes' heads. This is the end of the matter. I can't help, but the prisoner dragon was killed at this time, and the sword unparalleled fell. In this regard, the great prince began to declare outside the sword that Jian Wushuang had good luck, otherwise he would die in his hands. What he didn't expect is that Jian Wushuang not only did not die, but also looked at the momentum of the game just now. I'm afraid it is stronger than before. Jian Wushuang returns now. Once known by Jian Wushuang, he proclaims himself outside with all kinds of shouts. Sword unparalleled. You must be proud of it. Lord Prisoner Dragon can kill you once. You can kill you twice. The prince expressed a dark expression and clenched his fists. Qiyang Demon looked at Jian Wushuang with an interesting look. For this man, who had begun to cut the 4 invincible masters for the first time, he met for the first time. Blood sword. Oh no. In fact, you should be called Jian Wushuang. In fact, this seat has always wanted to try. How strong you are. Qiyang Demon stepped forward, looked at Jian Wushuang, and smiled. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. He remembered himself and did not say that he was called Jian Wushuang in the Xingkong Gulu. He had always used the pseudonym of Bloodsword. It seems that during the period of retreat, there should be a lot of things happening in the universe. Wu Jian's eyes flashed a thought. Then he looked at the Lord of the Red Sun and said lightly, "Do you want to fight with me?" "Yes." The Lord of Qiang replied with a laugh. At the same time, there was a calculation in his heart. Now that sword warrior is dead and resurrected. It will surely stir up a stir in the universe. If you kill sword warrior by yourself, you will not only get the appreciation of the prison dragon, but you will be better reputation in the universe. Even if he lost to Jian Shou, he thought it was enough to escape by virtue of his strength. It would be a great achievement to sue the news to Prison Dragon. "I'll do what you want." Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, 5 knuckle fingers, holding the hilt of Wu weapon sword in his waist. Seeing this, the overlord suddenly changed his face and quickly shouted, "Sword unparalleled, don't be reckless. When this seat recovers 1 or 2, the 2 of us join forces." I didn't wait for him to finish. Jian Sword Wushuang has drawn his sword. Wu cry Excalibur, 3 inches out of the sheath. He sang softly. The next moment, there was a flash of Jian Meng that made the world mourn. Hurry up. Too fast. Everyone just saw Jian Wushuang's sword-drawing action, and they saw a white swordman shoot out of his scabbard, just like a knife-cut tofu, flashed from the Lord of the Red Sun. I saw that the Qiyang Demon had a smile on his face before he could spit out a word, but the whole person was instantly torn apart. Boom. The next moment, the main body of Qiyang Demon collapsed. Sword spike. At this moment, the world seems to be choking. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. His eyes were dull for a while, and his mouth could be opened to put an egg. Just now, what happened? 1 Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. See, Qi Jian Wushuang's expression was faint, and her black hair was scattered, as if she had only done a trivial thing. She looked at the Grand Prince faintly, and said calmly, "Are you going to fight me?" The eldest prince stared with eyes wide, and when he heard the question, a sudden horror like a ghost appeared on his face, but his feet softened, and he almost fell to the ground. A sword spike? The grandpa prince only felt a chill rush straight from the spine to the top of the head. and got cold all over the body. Jian's sword is unparalleled. How could he become so scary? Murmur. There was a rolling sound of throat, and it kept ringing. Everyone in the 10th city swallowed the saliva unconsciously. They looked at the expressions indifferently, the swords in black and black hair, and all their hairs were upright. Qi Demon Lord is the invincible master of the famous in the universe, one of the 9 giants in the ancient sky, so countless people look forward to the existence. But it was such an invincible master who was killed by Jian Wushuang's sword. This is not the most terrifying yet. The most terrifying thing is that the swords of the swordless pair of waists do not seem to be completely sheathed. What terrible combat power is this? At this moment, countless people are trembling. Sword is unparalleled. You can't be proud. Even if you are strong, the adult dragon in the starry sky can rule you. The prince bite in the teeth. He is not a stupid person. Since Jian Wushuang can kill Qiyang Demon with one sword, then his strength must be far above him. As for today's plan, only the prisoner dragon was moved out to make the sword unparalleled. Want to press me by the prison dragon? Wu Jianshou looked at him and said lightly, Prince, I didn't want to kill you, but since you carried the prisoner dragon, so sorry you can't go today. The prince heard the words. His face suddenly changed, and he quietly stepped back and opened his mouth and scolded, Jian Wushuang, do you think you can compete with the prisoner dragon? I tell you, the strength of the prisoner dragon, far from what you can. Huh. Speaking of this, the great prince saw that the distance between Wu Shuang and Jian has been widened, and he stepped his right foot and suddenly shot towards the entrance of the 10th city channel. Escape. Must escape. I said, you can't go. At this moment, a quiet voice sounded in his ear. When did you come here? How come so fast? The big prince numbed the scalp. Huh. The next second, a half-moon swordmang slashed across him. Under this half-moon jinmang, the body of the great prince was almost like a piece of paper, and was directly cut off. Do not. In the terrifying roar of the great prince, his body crashed and shattered. Qiyang Demon Lord and Grand Prince both died. Chapter 42:88. Hey, the second is here. Purr, purr. A gust of cold wind blew across the city's head. The 10th city, which was originally noisy, can be heard in a moment. Everyone is staring with eyes wide, staring at Jian Wushuang with a dull look. The 2 princes and the Lord of the Red Sun were killed by a single sword. Oh no, they didn't even see the swordless Wu clan Excalibur. Only one sword-drawing style annihilated the 2 gods. So horrible. Countless people sweated on their foreheads and looked at the footsteps in the void, like the sword Ling Shi, the unparalleled sword, unparalleled. And a word surged in their hearts. It is like a monster descending from the sky. It is really too old on earth. Even the overlord, after a sluggish look, swallowed his throat and looked at Jian Wushuang's gaze, which was extremely complicated. Once, Jian Wushuang was the 7th leader under his hands, an unknown little in the ancient road of the starry sky. But now, the whole universe is making a storm for him. His own life was saved by him just now. Blood sword. The overlord shouted softly. He is more accustomed to calling the alias blood sword rather than sword Wushuang. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, stepped down in the void, and said, Where is the prisoner dragon now? The tyrant stunned, and then replied, Blood sword, he is in the 18th city. He wanted to say more, and saw that Jian Wushuang had turned around and walked towards the entrance of the 10th city passage. A quiet voice sounded, Go, kill me with me. The tyrant heard a sudden shock and quickly followed him. A moment later, the 2 disappeared at the entrance to the 10th city passage. At the same time, the 10th city around it was eventually dominated, and only then did it wake up like a dream. They look at each other, They can see the colorful in each other's eyes. They know that the ancient sky is going to change. Immediately, the news about the return of the sword without double life, the sword killed the prince and the master of the Red Sun with a sword spread out at an extremely fast speed, sweeping the entire universe. In a short time, the whole universe was shaking. I was inside the temple of the virtual god. The Supreme sits on the hall, closing his eyes and raising his soul. The battle between him and Supreme Bloodwave, which contained nearly 100 Chaos-era Supreme Divine powers, was almost exhausted, and it took countless years to bring it back. Bloodwaves, wait until the Cosmopolitan Grand Event, this seat, and you to calculate this account. Bingyu Supreme opened his eyes. A pair of silver pupils flashed to the extreme of murder. I do not know how many years. Ever since he asked the Supreme Divine Realm, no one dared to provoke him. However, on the day Shuebwa opened the killing ring in front of the Taishu Temple, and even said, "This seat, how about you?" the words did not leave him a little face. How does this keep him angry? It was time for him to rise to power as the new emperor. As a result, the entire universe is joking at him now, saying that he is the most abandoned emperor in the history of Taishu Temple. The killing intention of the Supreme Master in blood is almost condensed into substance. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a long beeping voice outside the door asking for a meeting. "Come in." Took a deep breath. Bingyu Supreme converged, said calmly, "Yes." Soon afterwards, he saw a master of the Taishu Temple who hurried in from outside. "See Emperor Bingyu." The master half kneeled and arched his hand. Bingshuan nodded supremely and said lightly, "What do you mean by what?" The master half knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and hesitated for a while. "This. Say." Bing frowned, majestically scolded. When the disciple heard his words and bit his teeth, he had to scratch his head and replied, "Master Shinkong, the news from Shinkong Ancient Road. Jian Wushuang did not die. He has been reborn, and he killed the great prince and Qiyang demon with one sword weight." After the words of this sentence fell, there was no thunder and anger in the whole hall, but it turned into a dead silence. It's chilling to death. The expression of this disciple could not help but panic. It was not until a long time ago that the quiet voice of Bingyu was remembered in the hall. "Okay, let me step down." The disciple heard the words, and then he was relieved in his heart and quickly resigned. 1. Omega. Kai 1Z. See what he didn't know. The throne of Bingyu Supreme, which was created with the best materials, has been ripped apart. Waste. Extreme expression Tai Ching reached the extreme. A cold breath emanated from him. The temperature of the entire hall plummeted by thousands of baidu, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of frost. Wu Jian Wushuang did not die. Then they are 2 virtual temples and will become the biggest joke in the entire universe. At the same time, inside the Palace of Life, Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme also received the news of the return of the sword without dual births. Ha ha ha! I know that this little guy has always been so hard. How could he die in the hands of a bereavement dog? Since Jian Wushuang died, the blood on the face has never been a smile of supremacy, and at this moment he laughed heartily. The gigantic axe looked at the Supreme, who laughed heartily, and a smile appeared on his face. He is not good at words, but when he hears that Jian Wushuang has not died, the joy in his heart is not less than that of the Bloodwave Supreme. Blood. This time the temple of the virtual temple is too big. The Supreme Axe smiled and shook his head. Inside the extreme Shinkong Ancient Road, King Jiujia is rushing into shape and is hunting down a big old man. "Aren't you going to kill me to take revenge for your dean?" Wang Zhijaiwang's expression was indifferent, and he laughed calmly while chasing. "Pervert, wicked, mad." The old man's teeth clattered, his face was terrified, and he continued to shoot forward. For this person, He is the master of Jinan Hall, who came to kill King Jotsai. I just don't know when it will happen. Between the two hunted and killed, they changed their identities. The special life supreme from these temples of life, compared to me and other ordinary supreme, the advantage is too great. Especially the king of 9 calamities is the perfect level of life. The thoughts of Su Jinan, supreme, turned sharply, and the madness began to figure out how to escape the hunt. However, just then, he was hunting down his king of the 9th calamity, and all of a sudden he stepped. Oh, Jian Wushuang is not dead. Wang Jujiao. Wang took his hand. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Just now, he received a supreme news and was told that Jian Wushuang not only died, but also killed the 2 princes and Qiang demon with 1 sword. So too, how could he die if he was the opponent of King Jotsai? King Jujia shook his head and smiled, looking at the owner of the South Hall of the Jinan, and said lightly, "Just this seat spares your life today." And at the same time, Wu Jianshuang, an overlord, have stepped into the 11th city. Bloodsword. Jian Wushuang, listen to me. If I expected it well, Prison Dragon should already know that you are not dead. Now, the whole Ho8 cities are his people. If you rush in, if he does, he will set up an ambush and send someone to siege you. In my opinion, it would be better for me to find the Jiu Xing Shengzi and Ma Luo Shao, and then think about the countermeasures together. Otherwise, if you enter the latter 8 cities like this, you will be the enemy of the world. The tyrant followed behind Jianshuang and was slightly behind by half a figure, considering the words carefully. The current sword is unparalleled and naturally cannot be treated in the same way as before. Even if he talks, he has to think about whether it is appropriate or not. Are all enemies in the world? Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, then shook his head and calmly said, "Then let us be the enemy of the world." Chapter 42:89. The first is here. The deepest ancient road in the sky, the 18th city. The prisoner dragon was sitting on a throne, and the great emperor, the young emperor, the blood son, and a charming woman stood beside him. He had a newsletter in his hand, the master of the 10th city, and the report of the battle rushed. In this newsletter, there is a detailed record of the return of Jian Wushuang's dual life, and Jian Wushuang's first sword killing the 2 princes and Qiang demon. "Master, what shall we do now?" asked the Emperor Shao of the great sun god. The prisoner's expression was playful, and he didn't answer, but smiled. "It's really interesting. The sword Wushuang is clearly under this seat. He has disappeared, and it all made him come alive." He froze. The prisoner's eyes glanced over the faces of the young emperor of the great kingdom of the sun and the enchanting woman, and said, "Xiaoyan Tian Luo Fu, you 2 each led 100 ultimate masters to the 11th city." Yes, the concubine of the emperor Dairy's god kingdom should be complimented, and Tian Luofu kissed the prisoner's face and smiled. "Master prisoner, wait for my good news." A moment later, each of them led 100 ultimate masters, rushing towards the 11th city. Prison Dragon watched the 2 disappearing into the sky and chuckled. "Sword unparalleled. Don't worry, the game between us has just begun." 11th city. The sky is gray. Wu Jianwushuang stepped on the imperial road of the 11th city. He could feel that the past 10,000 years had passed, and the Xingkong ancient road had become a lot more deserted than when he was there before. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 11th city, there were still many ultimate masters who stood at the entrance of the passage and invited the ultimate masters of the 8 cities to join the major forces. But now, the excitement and prosperity of the past disappeared, leaving nothing but cold. "Jian Wushuang, since you faked death, the whole city behind the ancient starry sky has fallen into the mad killing of the prisoner dragon. Now the whole city behind the ancient starry sky, the dead and flee, even if there are a few still alive. Yeah, almost all took refuge in the prison dragon. Overlord lags behind Jian Wushuang and sighs. Imagine that when the 9 giants jointly led the ancient road of Shinkong, they can be said to be full of flowers, each showing its different colors. Even if there are occasional killings, it will not hurt the foundation. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. No reply. The King of Kings continued to take care of himself. I have already sent a message to the Jiuxing Sun and the Demon Chief, and they will come to us later when we will kill the prisoners together. Qi Jian Wushuang said a while, then thought and asked, "Can the leader of Shake Mountain survive?" He did not care about the lives and deaths of other people, but shook the mountain leader. When he first came to the 8 cities behind Shinkong Ancient Road, he treated him rather modestly. The overlord heard a bitter smile and replied with a bitter smile, "Shake the Mountain is still alive. That is, the other people are in command, and they have all died. But unfortunately, I waited for the captive dragon to chase after myself. I don't know where." Just as the two started talking, flying above the sky, a sudden roar was made. Wu Jianshou looked up. I saw a demon man wearing a royal robe with a round of fierce daylight embroidered on it, and a charming woman with an exposed and enchanting body, each leading 100 ultimate masters, like a rolling black cloud from the distance, came out of the air. 1 Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. See, they are so powerful that they are full of pressure, as if the sky is about to reach the sky. It is the Tian Luo woman of the Great Emperor Kingdom and the young spider family. Seeing the overlord, the pupil shrinks. He did not expect that the prison dragon would be so fast. Soon after they arrived in the 11th city, they had been sent to kill. I saw above the sky the emperor of the Great Sun Kingdom. The Emperor Shao looked indifferent and looked down at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed coldly. In the original ruins of Tailuo, the king of Zhenan died in swordless hands. The king of Zhenan was his henchman's assistant to the ruins of Tailuo. Just take advantage of today to end the sword unparalleled. Shao de-hummed in his heart. On that day, Luo Fu looked at Jian Wushuang directly. After tapping her mouth, she covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Well, you are Jian Wushuang? You are younger and more handsome than I expected. Why not do me 1,001 of the first faces? Maybe I can say, Lord Prisoner Dragon, spare your life." After I finished speaking, she laughed and trembled. I have to say that Luo Luofu's beautiful appearance this day, under such a smile, is really full of charm. Even many of the ultimate masters behind her have been blinded for a while. The king of tyrants quickly said next to Jian Wushuang, "Jian Wushuang, you must not listen to this demon woman's nonsense. Their spiders are the best bewitching technique. Once they are confused, they will swallow their divine spirit and nourish themselves." On that day, the Luo woman heard the words, and a moment of anger suddenly appeared on her face. Lu Mei yelled upside down and said, "Bawang, you're going to hurt and stigmatize me here." After saying that, she turned to look at Jian Wushuang again and smiled charmingly. "Sword Wushuang, can you think clearly?" Wu Jian had no expression on both sides and slowly looked up at her calmly. "Are you done?" Tian Luofu froze on her face. "When you are finished, prepare to die." Wu Jian's eyebrows were cold. His right hand slaps Wu weapon sword. Wu weapon sword comes out of the sheath instantly. A shocking movement. Straight into Jiu Xiao issued a dim cold sword. Spread instantly. This sword is blowing like a hurricane. Endless power is flowing. The entire mile of emptiness was instantly condensed. Sword warriors come back quickly. This super battle array is invincible. Bawang shouted. "However, wait for him to finish." Qi Jian Wushuang has already held the hilt of his sword and stepped hard. The whole man has risen to the sky, merged with the sword, turned into a half-moon sword on, and looted towards the ultimate master of the sea. At first, this sword was just ordinary, but as it approached, it suddenly became like a heaven and earth, exuding endless brilliance. Shi Shaodi and Tian Luofu looked indifferent, and drank lowly, "Go all out and kill him." Yes, 200 ultimate dominators suddenly should be. Various rules emerged from the treasure, stirring thousands of magical rays in the air. The young emperor teared his hands, and suddenly a large round of fierce day condensed, pressing toward the sword, unparalleled. Mystery, violent blood day. Suddenly, under the eyes of Tian Luofu's eyes, she opened up her mouth and spit out thousands of spider silk, and shot toward the sword without any effort. This spider silk is extremely tough, covered with purple venom, like a powerful javelin, a burst of sound barrier sound. At this moment, thousands of tricks blasted. Sword and sword warrior has come from the sword, slammed into the ultimate master of the black pressure. Chapter 4290. Hey, the second is here. At this point, this sword has become a tearing sky, running through the sky and earth, emitting a glorious brilliance like a knife cut butter, splitting thousands of techniques, crushing past 200 ultimate masters. Heaven and earth, only this sword Guanghua. Huh. Lao's Han shakes, the sun and the moon collapse, and the chaos is boiling. A blast of shock came from all over, countless gods collapsed, countless ultimate masters fell, and in the sky, it seemed like a blood rain. Unstoppable. Destroyed. Take a sword and break the magic. This sword, through a very fast speed, pierced the blood sun of the emperor of the great sun god kingdom, and then cut the whole person in the air in the incredible eyes of the young emperor. How could he be so strong? Suddenly charming, the glamorous and unbelievable Tian Luofu's face suddenly changed, terrified, and screamed. It turned into a huge black spider with black spider legs. She is quickly weaving nets in the air in order to resist the dazzling sword transformed by Jian Wushuang in one body. However, everything is useless. This sword Wushuang easily tore off the net that she had worked hard to weave, rolled over her, and split into two sections. The first sword after this sword Wushuang is out. It is destined to be amazing in the world. I was far away in the 11th city. Two people are coming quickly. These two people are like Jiu Xing Shengzi and Mo Luo Xiao Changhuang. Suddenly, the two were sprinting and suddenly stopped as if they saw something incredible, raised their heads to the horizon and looked at it. I saw that at the end of the sky, a dazzling sword-mongering, like a hanging river, connected the heavens and the earth into a line, crashed into a dark cloud, and penetrated the dark cloud composed of magical powers directly into two sections. Across the sea, what a terrifying sword! Jiu Xing Shengzi and Mo Luo Arama looked at each other, and in their eyes were horrified. Come on, the Overlord sent me a message before. He is now with Sword Warrior. If I read it right, the sword-like meaning of the sky should be Sword Warrior. In other words, they are now fighting with the prisoner of the dragon. The Jiuxing Shengzi took a deep breath, still unable to stop shocking, focused on the head. Immediately, the two did not dare to delay anymore, and as soon as they stepped, they turned into two rays of light, and at a faster speed, swept away in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Jian Qi Volley traversed the sun and the moon. Between heaven and earth, the light repeats itself. I saw a very spectacular scene. The battle array consisting of the great emperor of the sun god kingdom, the goddess of heaven, and 200 ultimate dominators has been like a fort on the beach. Off, under one sword, the emperor of the great sun kingdom, the emperor Tian Luofu, together with 200 ultimate masters, all died. In the 11th city, there are some ultimate masters who live in the cracks, all looking up at the sword. as if seeing mythology, lips trembling. The sword Ling Shi. The world is unparalleled. The style of this sword is proof that the world is invincible. Rebirth comes back. One sword wipes out all the enemies of the world. Ha 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 ha. We have an ancient road to the stars. We have been saved. Countless people stared at Jian Wushuang, dizzying and fascinated. Yi Baowang also looked at Jian Wushuang. He intended to help Jian Wushuang and slowly lowered his arm. He looked at a sword and smashed all the enemy's swords in the world, and his face glowed with a gorgeous smile. This smile was so cheerful and so vivid. He knows that the retribution of Prison Dragon has arrived. Huh! 2 light rays fell beside him, turning into Jiu Xing Shengzi and Emo Luo Arama. Both of them did not speak, but looked at Jian Mang, who was transformed by Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Once upon a time, they were the top 9 giants, and Jian Wushuang was just an unknown little in the ancient road of Xingkong. Now, they face Jian Wushuang, but they can only look up. We sent him far away. Jiu Xing Shengzi sighed. After a short while, above the sky, there was only sword Wushuang. He stood with the sword, his black hair was flying, and his black robe was stained with blood, as if he had stepped on the sky. You are waiting for me. Wu Jianshou looked back at them, then turned into sword on again, and swept away towards the entrance of the 11th city. Sword unparalleled, where are you going? Baowang and others shouting, slay the dragon. Wu Jianshuang spit out 2 words calmly. Boom! A gigantic Jianmong appeared, and in an instant it disappeared in front of them and appeared thousands of miles away. In the next breath, Jian Wushuang has disappeared to the 11th city. Gong Baowang and others looked at each other quickly and quickly followed. 11th city, 12th city, 13th city, 14th city. The sword of Wushuang, which stretches for thousands of miles, starts from the 11th city and passes through the sky of each city successively. He saw Hobeking, and it has become so crowded, countless mountain peaks are broken, and countless large lakes have dried up. He knows that these are the masterpieces of Prison Dragon. In the 8 cities that followed, the ultimate masters who stretched out and lingered under the prisoners' dragons all looked up and looked at the dazzling swordsman passing by from the air. It's swordless. He is back. In the 16th city, a burly figure hiding in the depths of the ground, feeling the strong kendo breath passing fast in the sky, he felt a shock and broke through the soil. He is the leader of Shaking Mountain. He knows that the day he is waiting so hard has finally arrived. At this moment, in the 18th city, it is also the last city in the ancient sky. The prisoner dragon sat on a throne of dragon patterns, as if sensing something, slowly raised his head to look at the sky, and a weird arc evoked in the corner of his mouth. Don't you stop it? He twisted his neck lazily, making a clicking noise. Blood God's son, Jian Wushuang is coming, bring his old friend out. The Blood Shenzi stared and nodded. He stomped into the temple behind Prison Dragon and launched a huge thing shrouded in a black robe. Wow! The black robe was lifted by the Blood Sun, and I saw a huge stone frame made of black iron. A chubby ultimate dominated by 2 black chains that penetrated the scapula and nailed to the stone frame. This ultimate master is awesome. Little guy, your rescuer is coming. The prisoner dragon smiled at him, then turned to look far away from the sky, and his tongue licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing cruelty. I saw a light on the sky. This light is like a horizontal thunder between heaven and earth, splitting the sky into 2 sides, carrying the endless thunder potential, and quickly coming. This silk is brighter, faster and faster, and finally, in the pupil of Prison Dragon, zooming in sharply, that's a swordman. Chapter 42, 91. The first is here. This sword is coming in galvanically. It was not noticeable at first, but as it approached, it instantly covered the sky and shattered the clouds. Suddenly, the blood sun's face suddenly froze. Even though it was still thousands of miles away, he could already feel the sharp sword chi, which hurt his body. It's strong. The word of God of blood poured out from the bottom of his heart. Finally come. The prisoner's eyes flashed wildly with a touch of excitement on his face, and he stood up from the throne. Huh! The sword on transformed by Wu Jianwushuang, without any intention of staying, ran straight towards the prison dragon. Ha ha ha, good job! The prisoner's feet slammed into the void, and two large pits exploded, turning into a black on and slamming into the sword. Huh! There was a loud noise, and it broke out. I saw the two hit the center. A huge arc-shaped shock wave spread instantly and set off a huge white wave in the air. The next moment, I saw the figure of the prisoner dragon, shot it backwards, hit it on a mountain peak, and crashed the mountain directly. Wu Jianmang gradually dispersed, and in the void, a thin figure of black hair and black hair was exposed. Hit him, it is the sword unparalleled that has passed the 18 cities. This sword has accumulated endless divine power of the sword, and keeps backlogging until it hits the prison dragon, and then only bursts out. Since you've broken through to the end, the prisoner dragon came out of the mountain peak, wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looked up at Jian Wushuang. His face was not half afraid, but the sparks of excitement in his eyes kept flashing. Yes, it's my blessing, and I broke it. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. The prisoner dragon smiled. And then he said, yeah, the only way is that it will be interesting to kill you again. Qi Jian Wushuang didn't care about him, but turned to look at the However master on one side, and there was a pity of pity in his eyes. The current However dominates. 2 chains pass through his scapula. His face is yellow. His whole body is weak to the extreme. His eyes are full of decay. But when he saw Jian Wushuang, there was a gleam of light in his bleak and hopeless eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang, opened his mouth hard, and forcibly squeezed a smile. Master, blood and blood sword, I knew that you would come to save me. Prison Dragon watched this scene, sneered, and urged narrowly, Jian Wushuang, speaking of this guy who is really loyal to you, this place has crushed his bones time and time again. He burned his soul with a divine fire every day, causing his body to constantly collapse and reorganize. Even so, he still did not want to trust me. Wu Jianshou heard the words. His expression gradually became cold, turned his head to look at him, calmly said, relax, I will crush your bones inch by inch, cramps and bones, torture day and night. Ha ha, Jian Wushuang, then it depends on whether you have this ability. Prison Dragon Zhang laughed wildly. Countless black chains erupted behind him and smashed into the sword like a missile. Jian Wushuang's eyes closed for a moment. He was quite impressed with the black chain. Each of these black chains was as heavy as the Mount Taishan, and extremely heavy. In the face of this move, Jian Wushuang was helpless and could only be passively beaten, but now, naturally, they can no longer be compared. Looking at the thousands of chains smashed by the sky, Jian Wushuang spit out 2 words. Cut star. Huh. A silver sword rainbow condensed. As if there were thousands of glory in the world gathered in the hands of a sword unparalleled, carrying the potential of armies to make things easier, and severely chopped the thousands of chains. As Jian Wushuang broke through to the ultimate level, the sword-cutting sword also had a worldwide difference. I saw countless star formations on this sword-cutting sword. The silver sword rainbow is more like a magnificent galaxy. When it is dropped with a sword, it is like ingesting a rolling galaxy. The power is terrifying. Ding! There was a crisp sound of crackling, and this black chain, which was very strong, was broken down at a very fast speed under the Star River turned into a silver sword. This hasn't stopped yet. After silver, Jianhong cut off all the black chains. He chopped forward again. In the surprised eyes of the prisoner dragon, a sword struck him. Huh! The prisoner's dragon slammed fiercely, and the sword suddenly burst into a sword mark, spilling a series of black blood. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and his right foot slammed on the ground. It suddenly swept like a hurricane, followed by a leap, and immediately appeared on top of the prisoner's dragon head. Before the prisoner dragon's reaction came, his 5 fingers suddenly extended and clasped on his face, grabbing the prisoner's face, slamming it on the ground. Prisoner, you it! Huh! Countless lands are split. Jian Wushuang's expression is indifferent, grabbing the prisoner's dragon's face, banging on the ground constantly. The action is violent to the extreme. Huh! Tap it again and again. A horrible sword, constantly blasting in the sword without hands. The prisoner's head was grasped by Jian Wushuang, and he smashed on the ground of the 18th city, smashing the ground into a huge deep pit, and numerous cracks spread out around the giant pit. Sword unparalleled, who gives you the qualification, dare to hurt me? A low, deep voice issued from the prisoner's mouth. Taking advantage of a gap, Prison Dragon reached out his hand and pushed hard towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, a strong thrust rushed toward Jian Wushuang, as if heaven and earth were repelling him, pushing Jian Wushuang away fiercely. The next moment, Prison Dragon supported the ground with both hands and pulled his head out of the deep pit. I saw him at this moment. He was miserable. The whole face was covered with blood. The sword intention of Jian Shuang continued to explode between 5 fingers, covering his entire face with sword marks. Ho 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 ho! Prison Dragon gasped heavily, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, smirking lowly. Is this the feeling of injury? It's really getting me excited. Huh! He didn't wait for him to finish. He had already stepped on his right foot and shot like a cannonball. His right hand condensed into a fist and smashed again towards the sword, unparalleled. On his arm, the dark dragon scales began to cover. The whole void air is distorted by this punch. Qi Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and his right hand made a stroke on Wu Cry Excalibur, and he also raised his sword to kill the prisoner dragon. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they fought against each other in an instant, hitting the ground for 9 days, and hitting the ground for 9 days. Every time the two of them fought, the void was constantly shaking. The entire 18 cities were like being plagued by apocalyptic disasters. The area was 1,000,000 miles away. Is this still the battle between the ultimate masters? The blood god looked at this scene, and there was a horror flash on his face. Just standing on the edge of Jian Wushuang's battle with the prisoner dragon, he could feel the violent coercion from the two, and he stepped back. Chapter 4292. The second is here. Jiang Wushuang, go and die, go and die. Prisoner Long grinned, sparks of excitement flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly cracked. 2 rows of cold teeth were exposed, and he bit in a blast at Jian Wushuang. Boom! At this moment, the prison dragon seemed to turn into a black dragon, exuding endless dragon power. A stinky wind came out from the prisoner's mouth. The sword-ons flickered in Jian Wu's eyes, and he split a few open sky swordsman's hands, splitting the giant mouth that the prisoner pressed down. The prisoner yelled, his white pupils twisted, and then he laughed loudly. Sword Wushuang, is this your strength after the breakthrough? I don't think so. He stretched out his palm far away, bending his 5 fingers slightly, as if holding Sword Wushuo in his palm. Absolute gravity! With these words falling, like this side of the world, all fell into the hands of the prisoner dragon, turning into an exclusive control of the kingdom. Rumble! The prisoner's 5 fingers clenched slowly, and at once countless mountains and lakes were moved and squeezed towards the sword, unparalleled. Wu Jian saw this. His pupils could not help shrinking slightly. 10,000 years ago, he died on the technique of prisoner dragon. This time, this technique reappears, compared with the last time when the sword was unparalleled. The squeezing gravity is much stronger, as if the whole world is directed at Jian Wushuang. The force of the violent world wants to squeeze Jian Wushuang into a meat sauce. Is it similar to the heavenly art of thinking about the kingdom of God? Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed wildly. He could feel that all the surrounding void had been transformed into the realm of the prisoner dragon. Under this squeezing gravity, he felt that both legs were poured like molten iron and became extremely heavy, and even moving one step seemed extremely difficult. Ha ha ha! Sword unparalleled. This is the realm of the realm that I realized when I was still in the supreme divine realm. Feel it! The prisoner dragon laughed wildly. His eyes sparked with excitement. Huh! At this moment, a few light beams swept from a distance. Xian Guang fell, transforming into a figure of Overlord, Jiuxing Xingzi, and other figures. The leader of Shaoshan is also mixed in it. Not good. The situation of Jian Wushuang is not good. I will help him quickly. When the Overlord's face changed, even if he wanted to do something, he would help Jian Wushuang. It is rumored that this prisoner dragon was the supreme divine realm. Due to the failure to compete for the crown prince of the dragon tribe, he was deprived of the supreme divine realm, fell into the ultimate dominion, and was expelled by the dragon exile. Although Sword Wushuang is strong, but faces a supreme. After all, it's a little worse. Jiuxing Shengzi and Mo Luo Huang Mo looked at each other. Their faces were equally dignified. I was just when the three of them planned to make a joint shot and blocked the prisoner dragon, 1 or 2 for the sword, unparalleled. The leader of Shaoshan was looking at Jian Wushuang, and she said in a deep voice, "Master Overlord, Lord Sun, Master of the clan, please believe in Jian Wushuang. This is his own battle. I think he should not want others to intervene." But the Overlord frowned and wanted to say more. I saw the leader of Shaoshan smile with a smile and said, "Master Overlord, believe in sword unparalleled. I know him. He is a man who can create miracles." After hearing the words, the Overlord was ready to step out and slowly closed it back. "Shake the mountain. You're right. This is his battle." Facing Wanjin's gravity, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and had to say that Prison Dragon was the most powerful among the ultimate masters he had ever seen, even if it was the king of 9 calamities. When he was in the ultimate mastery, his sense of oppression is not comparable to the current Prison Dragon. Of course, this is also the reason why Jiawang never really shot at him. If Jian Wushuang has not yet broken through the ultimate realm, maybe it has really fallen today, but the current sword Wushuang is invincible in the ultimate dominated realm. God body? Now, Jian Wushuang spit out 3 words. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's deities began to skyrocket. A round of Xianhui surrounded him, countless nebulae rising from the soles of his feet, and a force from the deepest part of his soul burst out. For 1 mile, 2 li, 3 li 50,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 70,000 miles. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang turned into a chaotic giant standing 70,000 miles tall, with a sky above his head and a foot on the ground, looking at the sun like a projectile and the galaxy like a bathtub. It seems that as soon as he raises his hand, he can break the universe and step on his feet to teach Shenzhou. However, this is not the end. His body is still skyrocketing. 80,000 miles. 90,000 miles. It was only when the sword's deity's body soared to 98,000 miles that it stopped slowly growing. At this moment, the sword is unparalleled, and the cheeks are covered by the endless fairy nebula. It is unrealistic, like a demon in chaos, and like an ancient fairy king. In one breath, A thunderous thunder and a space storm are raised. Under the body of the sword warriors, 98,000 miles, the weight was almost insignificant, just like a string trying to bind the mammoth giant. It would not have any effect. The next moment, Jian Wushuang calmly said, Yong Yi, howl. The Wu-weeping Excalibur instantly disappeared and became invisible, turned into countless thick black mist, and rushed towards the prison dragon. Time and space seemed to stagnate at this rate. What is this? The prisoner whispered a low voice. He was not surprised at the sword-like 98,000 miles body. As one of the strongest races in the universe, the dragon race's former successor candidate has a wealth of knowledge and naturally knows special creatures. Can open the body. I was just confused by the tide and black mist that kept coming to him. This black mist was clearly visible, but could not be touched. But no matter how he blasted out the magical power, he wanted to break the constant black mist, but the magical power that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth was straight from these dark powers. The fog passed through. Next moment, these black mists came straight to him, weaved together to form a dark ball, which wrapped him in it. The world in front of him changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. Wu Jianwushuang disappeared. The 18th city disappeared. And what he could sense and see could be the deepest eternal darkness. A deprived force slowly crawled towards him, as if in the dark, with both hands, began to deprive him of everything that belonged to him. His cultivation, his strength, his longevity, and even the blood of his dragon. Under this deprived power, his breath gradually began to languish. At this moment, even the outside world can feel that the breath of life belonging to the prison dragon is gradually weakening. Is prison dragon finally dead? He smiled on the faces of everyone, congratulating them. Jian Wushuang, who stands above 9 days and is shrouded in countless fairy hui nebulae, makes people's faces invisible but expressionless. He could feel that a horror that was enough to make the world tremble in 9 days and 10, and the surrender of all the nations, was rising in the kingdom of the night. Starting 1, Omega. Kai, 1Z. See, that is the dragon, the purest breath. Take a dragon and start to really wake up. Chapter 42, 93. The first is here. Tear it. I saw a sound like glass shattering inside the black ball. On the surface of the black ball, a crack gradually opened. A breath of terror that could not be described in any words gradually rose up. What happened? This breath. This is the breath of the dragons. Long Wei. This is the dragon clan, the most pure Long Wei. Yi Ba Wang, Jiu Xingzi, and others, before the smile on their faces had faded, they suddenly solidified on their faces, and they were all replaced by shock. Finally, after a loud bang, soared unparalleled eternal kingdom, shattered. I am so black and long, like a giant mountain, like a dragon, soaring into the sky. The dragon's body was covered with palm-sized scales. The scales exudes a dark luster. There are dark clouds entangled between the 5 claws, and the 2 dragon horns are branched off, like a piercing sky. Sword curved sharp. Wu weeping sword flew backwards, was held in the hand by the sword, and the sword trembled for a while. The sword was expressionless, looking up at the dark dragon. The 9 dragons, one of the strongest races in the universe, was born to be the rule's realm. Faced with people of other races, it has inherent blood suppression. Jian Wushuang, you are the first person to force this seat to use the body. You should be proud. Prison Dragon's eyes were indifferent, slightly twisting the huge body in the clouds, looking at Jian Wushuang, said coldly, after finishing speaking, the 5 dragon claws of the prisoner stepped in the void and immediately slammed into the sword, unparalleled. After this collision, the speed was extremely fast, and the void was directly drawn out a horrible burst of sound. Wu Jianshou twisted his neck and stretched out the big hand covering the sky. 5 fingers like the mountains condensed into a fist and also smashed towards the prison dragon. The prisoner dragon and sword are unparalleled. One is 10,000 feet long, the other is as high as 98,000 miles, and under a collision, the entire 18th city suddenly seems to be caught in a doomsday madness and shakes frantically. Countless palaces and halls collapsed, and countless grounds opened up. In this place, the entire 18th city seemed to become a chaos, with violent divine power and coercion spreading unbridled, destroying the site wherever it went. Too strong. Is this still the battle between the ultimate masters? Also the ultimate master, but I waited in such a fight, even without qualification, to intervene. Puppet King Jiuxing Xingzi and others all looked up at this scene and were astonished. Even the blood sun is stunned, his throat rolling for a while. As the former 9 giants, the top arrogant in the universe, they stood at the pinnacle of dominating this realm, but at this moment they were all horrified. Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon fought far more than they understood. Category, compared to the 4 words of Supreme, emerged in their minds. Whether it is Jian Wushuang or Prison Dragon, although it is the ultimate dominating realm, it has absolute strength comparable to the Supreme. One is a dragon family who fell from the supreme state of God, and the other is a special life with a perfect level of chaotic creatures. Such a battle is rare in the world. The 2 men, Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon, continued to collide over 9 days. Each collision was a blast of air. If the 2 were not in the ancient sky, they were fighting like this in the universe, afraid of 1 star. Domain will be blown. Sword unparalleled. You will die today. The prisoner yelled. The 5 claws were like 5 sharp swords, directly penetrating the sky and grabbing at the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, Jian Wu's eyes flashed with murder. He knew that only one of them could survive today. Prisoner, it's you who is going to die today. Jian Wushou grabbed his backhand and directly grasped Baishan. A rolling mountain range was lifted between the 5 fingers containing the surging divine power and smashed into the prisoner's head severely. Under the battle between the 2, they are a few steps back. Every step they took, the 18th city trembled like an earthquake. The buildings in the 18th city have all disappeared. Millions of miles across are ruins. Talented power, long way. The prisoner dragon opened his mouth and snarled, and suddenly a mighty coercion came from the depths of the bloodline, and came suddenly. The 9 dragons, also known as the heads of thousands of nations, face innate repression against other universes. Under this coercion, even the distant overlord Jiuxing Xingzi and others felt that they wanted to bow down and bow their heads towards the prisoner dragon. Is this the power of the dragon race? Overlord and others narrowed their pupils. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly and said the same. The talent is amazing. The life is shocking. A force from the deepest part of the soul suddenly centered on Jian Wushuang, spreading around. This is also the power of coercion. Under this coercion, time and space seem to freeze up. The next moment, the coercion of the prisoner's dragon family and the sword courage of the perfect layer of chaotic creatures from Jian Wushuang suddenly collided together. Although these 2 coercive pressures are invisible, at this time they seem to have condensed into substance, turning into 2 opposing gas fields, constantly squeezing and colliding. In the void, there was an unpleasant friction sound. Immediately, everyone saw that the coercion of the dragon family, which belongs to the prisoner dragon, turned out to be repressive step by step. How strong is the pressure of the dragon family? How can it hold the perfect chaotic creature? Under the shock of Jian Wushuang's life, Prison Dragon felt for the first time that the blood in his body felt a sense of submission. That is, from the higher life, overlooking the lower life. Prisoner Dragon, I said, you died today. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The voice fell, the sword stepped without a step, and two big hands grabbed at the same time, directly grasping the dragon tail of the prisoner dragon, in a most primitive and brutal, but also the most domineering gesture. Smashed crazy, the thousands of long prisoners of dragons were caught in the hands of the sword unparalleled, and the competition was like a loach, without any resistance. With the roar of the prisoner dragon, a golden dragon's blood spilled from the air. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but stunned. Sword warriors. A deafening roar made by the prisoner dragon was actually a wild quake, and he broke free from the sword without hands. Immediately, his 5 claws stepped from the ground, pulling away from Jian Wushuang, staring deadly at Jian Wushuang. A pair of huge eyes, no other emotions, all turned into madness and violence. Mystery, pillar of fire dragon, breath of destruction. The prisoner yelled, and opened his mouth to spit out the burning syrup. This syrup is terrifying to the extreme. Just a dripping spark, it directly burns a bottomless pit in the ground.